is the...
Yeah. All right.
15...
Soundbite.
Good evening, and welcome to VOB's live presentation of the Road to Parliament as we bring you full coverage of the results of the St. James North by-election. Tonight's presentation is brought to you with the compliments of Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall, serving you to make your shopping pleasurable. And Julie's Party Rentals, one call does it all. We welcome Barbadians at home and abroad to our simulcast on VOB 92.9FM and our social media networks, Facebook and YouTube. Well, this by-election was called after the resignation of Member of Parliament Edmund Hinkson, who represented the constituency since 2013. There were just 21 days of campaigning this by-election, with 3 candidates representing 3 parties and 1 independent. Barbadians in that particular constituency took to the polls today from 6 in the morning until 6 in the evening. What was the turnout, and what does it mean? Our analysts will tell us as we track the count at Gordon Greenwich Primary School and report from the major party constituency offices. The Barbados Labour Party at Lower Carlton in St. James, led by Mia Amor Motley, and the Democratic Labour Party at Rockdundo in St. James, led by Ralph Thorne. In the studio, we have political scientists Dr. Kristina Hinds, Devaron Bruce, and Kevin Edie. Jamal Slocombe, one of the political consultants in the region. Kirk Humphrey, Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, representing the ruling Barbados Labour Party. And former Tourism Minister Richard Seeley, representing the Democratic Labour Party. Let's go first of all to the counting centre at Gordon Greenwich Primary, where our reporter Philippe Aby is standing by. Give us an assessment of how things are at this point, Philippe. Good evening.
Hi, good evening to you, David. Good evening to your panel as well. So far, things are relatively quiet here at Gordon Greenwich Primary. What I can tell you so far is that the buses, they left here about half an hour to 45 minutes ago to head to the various polling stations to collect the ballot boxes and so on. They've done that successfully. They've returned on the police escort, and so far they've gone into the room. They're setting themselves up to start counting the ballots and so on. I spoke to the chairman of the EBC, Ramon Aline. He assured us that today was a relatively successful day for the EBC. They had over 50 personnel out in the field working today managing this by-election. So they're all here at Gordon Greenwich. Like I said, they're starting to set themselves up to count the ballots and so on. We have various political representatives here from both parties are here at this present point in time. So relatively quiet here at Gordon Greenwich. The returning officer, Leonard Walter, he has assured us that he will be giving us an update every 3 to 4 boxes, so you guys can look forward to that. Every 3 to 4 boxes, once they're completed, they will be giving us the information. I will share the information with you. But from Gordon Greenwich right here, so far things are relatively quiet so far. We have some supporters on the outside building up, but I think it's relatively early. The counting has not begun just yet. They're organizing themselves on the inside under the watchful eye. Like I said, the police officers are here. We also have officials from the EBC here as well. So once I start to get some information from them, like I said, every 3 to 4 boxes, we will be coming to the studio to give you an update.
Any significant events during the day? That was a question. Any significant events occurred during the course of the day at that particular point? I think it's missing us. So let's move from Philippe Edie, Amy rather, and move on to Ronald Clark, who is at the constituency office of the Barbados Labour Party at Lower Carlton. Ronald Clark, what's the mood there?
Yes, David, thank you. It's a hive of activity here, and there are many persons from the party's history who've gathered along with current members of cabinet and parliament, well-wishers, hard-working campaign staff, and there is an air of expectancy and celebration for the crowning of Chad Blackman to be the Member of Parliament for St. James North. Earlier this evening, Mr. Edmund Hinkson was here, and Dame Billy Miller was also in attendance. So the generations are represented, and after what was a very earnest campaign, taking no chances and not being complacent, there is a sense that tonight will be the night for Chad Blackman.
Thank you, Ronnie Clark. And across at the Democratic Labour Party constituency office, we have Carol Toppin. Good evening, Carol.
Good evening, David. And we are here at the constituency office, DLP constituency office in Rockdundo, St. James. It is rather quiet. We have a few members, a few supporters here, a very quiet but expectant atmosphere right here in the DLP constituency office in Rockdundo, St. James. We do expect more people to arrive, but for now, quiet anticipation. There is that sense of support and hopefulness here, and we expect to see more. So join us a bit later, and hopefully we'll have even more DLP supporters here joining, waiting in anticipation for that count.
Thank you, Carol Toppin. Tonight's coverage comes to you in association with Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall serving you to make your shopping pleasurable. And Julie's Party Rentals. One call does it all.
At Barbados Steel Works, we're more than just steel. We have everything you need from foundation to roof and everything in between. Dreaming of a kitchen upgrade? How about a bathroom makeover? Barbados Steel Works brings you the highest quality at unbeatable prices. Visit us today and discover why we're the go-to destination for all your construction and home improvement projects.
I've been renting Julie's Party Rentals for the last 8 years.
I feel satisfied with Julie. She's excellent and friendly.
If she doesn't have it, she makes sure she gets it. Customer service is brilliant.
Over the years, I have had excellent service.
I like my Julie Mango, but I love Julie's Party Rentals. One call does it all.
Our analysts this evening, Kevon Edie of Kev's Politics, Dr. Kristina Hinds, and Devaron Bruce, all three of them political scientists. We have political consultant Jamal Slocombe, representing the Barbados Labour Party, Kirk Humphrey, Minister of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, and representing the Democratic Labour Party, former Tourism Minister Richard Seeley. We're going to come first of all to Kevon Edie, because you would have heard about the other political scientists on the panel, but many people don't know your background. What is that background in political science?
Well, first of all, good evening, Barbados. My background in political science ironically began with Dr. Hinds as my former teacher. And I created Kev's Politics around a decade ago, which is basically specializing in the tracking and monitoring of regional elections. And within the last decade, me and my team, we would have covered around 35 regional elections and across the wider globe.
When you look at St. James North, what stands out as it relates to this particular by-election?
Well, from the beginning, the constituency really saw an increase of around 812 registered voters versus 2022, currently standing at around 8,538. This would be the highest registered count ever recorded within this constituency, breaking the 8,000 mark for the first time. Now, generally, the seat usually falls within the 7,000 registered voter range, dipping below that most recently in 2003, following the creation of neighboring St. James Central. Now, in terms of voter turnout, St. James North averages around 55%, with the most recent polls showing a 40.8 turnout in 2022. Now, it remains to be seen if, now as we're largely outside of COVID-19 restrictions, if turnout would move closer towards the typical over 50% range. Now, as we can see at the graph right here, in 2008, we would have had a turnout of 59.6%. In 2013, we would have had a turnout of around 63.2%. And in 2018, we would have had around 58.3%. And I said before, we would have had a 40% turnout during the COVID period in 2022. Now, there are 9 polling districts within this riding, ranging from SA1 to SE1. But as we do not have the data breakdown at this point, based on 2022's numbers, SA1, Sion Hill area would have had the highest at around 1,169, following SA2, which includes like Bakers, Rockdundo area, at around just over 1,000 at 1,035. Now, both of these districts will vote at Gordon Greenwich, whereas the third highest would be SC1, which would involve areas such as the Garden and parts of Mount Stanfus, with around 1,013 who would be based at St. Albans. Now, throughout history, the Barbados Labour Party has enjoyed dominance, really, in this seat, all in but one general election, but in 1986, where Joe Payne of the DLP would have defeated Nigel Barrow by around 240 votes. Now, this graph shows the results for the last 4 elections, starting from 2008, seeing a more competitive contest in 2008 and 2013, and then falling off within 2018 and 2022. Now, the BLP has won every polling district in the last 2 elections, with the best performing districts being the most populous ones, SA1, SA2, and SC1, as can be seen in both 2018 and 2022. Now, let's have a brief look at 2013, where both parties were more equally yoked, as it were, where the DLP would have actually won 2 polling districts, A3, which would be more Roadview, and SA4, which would be Ashton Hall, these districts respectively. And over the course of the night, as the results come in, David, let's see how the night goes.
Well, one thing that has stood out for us is this 8,012 new registered voters. Can you identify where these voters are?
Well, following the recently concluded 2021 census, unfortunately, the census only breaks down according to parish and not by riding. However, according to the census, the population grew at around 3,500 persons between 2010 and 2021. Now, one could deduce that possibly intra-parish migration can be a determining factor for this growth, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that persons who may not physically reside within the parish or riding at the time of the census, or who would be ordinarily registered within this area within the list, which is itself will be another story for another day. I don't know if the rest of the panel would like to chime in on this particular topic.
Well, I think the person I'm going to ask to chime in on it is somebody who's been campaigning in the constituency, none other than Minister Kirk Humphrey, who certainly is in a position to share with us how he has seen these numbers. 8,012?
Well, first of all, good night, David.
Good night.
Good night
Welcome.
to the panelists. Good night to Barbados. Yeah. So we spent a significant amount of time canvassing that constituency. But I think that we may need to zoom out, perhaps at another time, but we could start the conversation now, but we may have to zoom out and have a larger conversation, I think, about the numbers that are reflected on the voting list, period. The last census told us that the population of Barbados is 267,000. The voting list in Barbados is 262,000 or thereabout. That's a difference of 5,000, which would suggest that there are only 5,000 persons in Barbados 18 under 18. And that obviously doesn't make sense. And I think we really have to look at doing a proper enumeration of all these constituencies. I spent a long time in St. James North. I canvassed, my box was SA3, but it's been the reality for all of us who was out there canvassing. And we found that there were a number of persons that had moved, who had died, who had traveled, who hadn't been seen in a long time, but they're still reflected on the list. I would hazard a guess, based on our numbers, that it could easily be about 2,000 of those persons who really do not reside or should be counted in St. James North. And to get an accurate percentage, I think it would be more 6,500, 7,000 or so, based on what I've seen. That is my opinion. That's the opinion of the party. Having said that, the numbers are now what the numbers are, and I think to compare apples and apples, we're comparing what is on this list against what was on the last list. But I do think the time has come. I know that the Labour Party had done one, I think, in the late 90s or early 2000s. The Democratic Labour Party had spoken of doing one, but they didn't. And the Labour Party, this government, has every intention of doing one, but of course we had COVID. And then we said after we did the digital ID cards that we would go ahead and do one. So it's still on the cards for us, and hopefully it's something that we need to do, and we do it soon.
Richard Seeley, the DLP's thoughts on these numbers?
Well, it's not a new issue. And certainly I think for several elections, there's been the need to have the list purified. I mean, the rather crude methods that EBC uses, advertising in a newspaper and inviting you to declare whether you've moved out or moved away, clearly that's not working. So I'm happy to hear the government is planning to do something about it. I got the impression that part of the rationale behind the whole Trident ID and the introduction of technology in the whole registration process is that you would have incorporated that process almost as a continuum. So we will wait to see if that can take place. Naturally, we would expect to hear from that, because certainly it isn't good enough that the methods we use to clean up the list. Even this question of deaths, and I can tell you on more than one occasion, I've had to actually approach the chief registering officer in my own constituency and bring to his attention, at the time his is her now, but the point is someone, I mean, yes, we have a high number of centenarians in Barbados, but when you see somebody 103, 104 on a voters list, there's a good chance that chances are that person should not be there. Are these numbers large enough to affect the result of a by-election or a general election? Maybe not. But having said that, the voters list must be like Caesar's wife, above and beyond reproach. And I don't think there's any disagreement in that regard between two parties.
Dr. Kristina Hinds, how much of a concern should this be for us, not necessarily in St. James North alone, but across the country?
Well, good evening. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It is an important issue. It's not one that's unique to Barbados. Across the region, we see these numbers. I remember looking at the list in St. Kitts and Nevis and thinking to myself, well, everybody in St. Kitts and Nevis could vote. babies, everybody. So we do need to clean these lists. I think one of the issues we have to acknowledge is that there are people in the diaspora who are on these lists and want to remain on them. So there are people, some of them live in other parts of the region, some live outside, who will talk about coming home for an election. And it's not necessarily that their party has called them. They want to be able to come home and vote. And we have to figure out what we are going to do with such people, because they shouldn't really be on our list, but we continue to turn a blind eye, I would say, to the fact that there are people who, for the most part, live abroad and participate in our elections across this entire region.
And when you look at other issues in this campaign, what stands out in your mind?
Oh, general issues relating to the campaign, or are we talking
Relating to the
individual
campaign.
parties?
Related to the campaign.
I don't really have a whole lot to say. I think it should be a relatively parochial election. What I have seen is that it has expanded to a quasi-national election, a general election, discussions about whether this is a referendum on the government. There is a lot of discussion of broad national issues for what should be quite a small general election. And perhaps that indicates to us that this is a dress rehearsal for something that is coming soon.
Now, your perspective, Devaron Bruce.
So, thank you for having me, and greetings to the panel and the audience. I will speak a bit about the numbers, for instance, that we were discussing regarding the registration and the increase. It's quite peculiar given the fact that the growth from 2018 to 2002 in the constituency was 1.1%, but the growth from 2022 to 2025 is about 10%. Now, what I can show is where the growth happened between 2018 and 2022. And you have 29% of that growth being represented in SA2, 16% being represented by SB2, and 15% being represented by SD1. So that will give you an idea of where the growth is happening. And if we look at the districts that fall within those boxes I just mentioned, maybe we can see new developments happening, for instance, movement happening, that may begin to explain the growth. But to see a 10% increase in 3-4 years is quite a bit compared to the standard that you would have seen throughout the period.
The average person would have to get an explanation of SA1, SA2, SA3, the communities that are within those particular boxes, and then try to make a determination as to what they have seen on the ground that would justify that. Can anybody assist us in that regard?
I can give you a bit of what I have.
Minister Humphrey?
Yeah, but he probably... Yeah, go ahead.
So SA2, the major population centers would be Rotondo, Gibbs, and Bakers. I had mentioned SD1, which would be Porters, Mount Steadfast, and SA1 would be Sign Hill, Rock Hall, Upper Carlton. Those districts would be, or in part, I should say, represent the boxes that we would see some growth. So maybe it's some movement into those neighborhoods, persons coming of age, that would represent that 10% increase over the last election cycle.
Right, so generally, I mean, some of what he said, but SA1 we have as Sion Hill, because it's split Sion Hill, Upper Carlton, Westmoreland, and Upper Bakers, Black Bess, and that normally is a fairly strong BLP box. SA2 would be again partially Rotondo, Sion Hill, Bakers Terrace, SA3, Mullins, Summer Gibbs, Roadview, and SA3 would be box I just spent a lot of time in over the last month. SA4 would be the Wim, Ashton, SB1 would be Lower Carlton, and again some of Rotondo. SB2 would be half of Crick Hill, Weston, Bears Road. SC1 would be half of Crick Hill, Upper Mount Stanford, the coastal area, the garden, and around St. Albans Primary School. SD1 is Mount Stanford and Summer Porters. And SE1 will be Trench, Greenwich, Church Point, Folkestone.
And before we go to get a glimpse at some of what has been said by the candidates in this St. James North by-election, Jamal Slocombe, what are your thoughts?
I think interesting enough, let's go back to a comment made by Dr. Hinds earlier. I think 800 is a big number, generally moving from 2022 to where we are today. But zoning into the fact of persons who are living overseas and their inability to vote, or whether they should be able to vote, it is an interesting dynamic. In countries like St. Kitts and Nevis, as you did mention, you have literally flights landing hours before election, the polls close for people to vote. That is a dynamic also seen in Dominica, and I've had the first-hand experience to see that. I think this is something that is worth looking at with placing under the microscope of scrutiny. Certainly looking at increases of this kind. A few months ago, you heard the leader of the opposition make reference to concerns of voter padding. At the point, I was very critical of the comment, recognizing that Barbados has enjoyed a very stable democracy with regards to the integrity of the election process. But I think it is worth an explanation, a greater level of information being provided. There's also a dynamic of new voters also be taken into consideration. So I'm not necessarily saying that there's something wrong, but I'm saying that there's a need for us to have a greater level of analysis of who are those 800 people. I mean, 800 people just don't turn up on a voters list in 2-3 years. And I'm saying this knowing the growth in other constituencies. St. James North is not a constituency where people would traditionally think you will see a major set of development. Outside of Lancaster, there's been no major development in terms of construction, development, in terms of housing. So I am inclined to see where those numbers are. I think generally for this election, it has been an interesting one. I think some of the issues, you mentioned the referendum on government. I think it is really an opportunity for us to see some movement, what is happening on the national level. This may be a slight reflection of what we can see. Traditionally, scientists will be able to give us greater numbers, but I believe anything beyond 36% has not been achieved within the last 2 elections for the Democratic Labour Party. So looking to see what happens there. If anything goes north of 36%, it suggests to me that the Democratic Labour Party is improving. I am also inclined to see what is happening in terms of voters' turnout. It suggests to me in some regards that if it is a low turnout, individuals may be disinterested in the electoral process, because we recognize in the last 2 elections you had the opportunity to blame COVID. That dynamic doesn't exist today. And I think finally, I would also want to add that I believe that the Democratic Labour Party and the Barbados Labour Party would have to, at the end of this night, to really examine the factors, whether or not the Democratic Labour Party is doing anything substantial to be able to really attract new voters and individuals to come and support the Democratic Labour Party. And the Barbados Labour Party equally has to consider at the end of the night whether there is a dwindling confidence in the direction that the Barbados Labour Party is taking, and may have to take into consideration some of their efforts as well.
Well, as we told you earlier, we have 4 candidates in this race, and it's interesting to hear from them directly how they have seen the issues in the campaign. So let's go first of all to Chad Blackman of the Barbados Labour Party.
The idea is really for this constituency to be one where people can maximize their potential and to be able to do things that they want to do. There's a high level of ambition in terms of creating ideas and doing bigger things, not just at the constituency level, but across the country. Young persons like these young men here have actually said Chad, we want to have opportunities where we can open our own business, where we can ensure that we provide for our families. There are a lot of sporting talents, cricket, road tennis, netball, but we have to now do it in a way that allows for them not just to be able to play sports, but it can move to another level also as to moving to semi-professional level. This is the ideas that they want. And I see St. James North as a constituency that not just has all the talent, but that can be a replica of what Barbados can look like now and in the future. The constituency is both coastal, it is rural, it is urban, it has a tourist corridor, of course, on the west coast. Agriculture is a mainstay in St. James North, and you've heard over the last week or two with my campaign that we're now creating a cooperative so as to allow that young men and young persons in entrepreneurship can now create a level of agriculture development that this constituency has never seen. Why is it important? Food security is a major issue in Barbados and across the Caribbean. And we must now ensure that as we grow our production in food, that young people who are in agriculture can also benefit from that. And it allows for them to be able to sell to the supermarkets. And once we can get the capacity up, the idea is also to get them into export, working in a way that can help the country to reduce our import levels, but at the same time earn foreign exchange. The third part of it truly is to ensure that these people can also be creators of technology. You've heard time and time again that we import all the technology that we use throughout the years. We've never, as a society, broadly conceived the idea that we can be creators of technology for export. And that's why we launched the Technology Hub last week at Gordon Greenwich School. So the idea really is to get the constituency and our people to be able to reimagine what community life is about. Second of all, pool all of the resources within their domain and working with them as an MP to be able to say, look, I have this idea, I want some help, how can you help me? But it's not just about help. People also have to now own their own destiny as well, and you're really there to facilitate it.
Blackman with his perspective on the issues, and the members of this team can weigh in on how they see what he is presenting to the people of St. James North. Devaron Bruce, quickly.
So what I would say is that in many ways, Chad Blackman comes across as an opposition MP or candidate. The reality is that the government has, the seat for several years. He produced or spoke about several areas that needed to be developed in the constituency: agriculture, technology, sports, youth, etc. The government, in essence, has the ability to put many of those policies in place. So to have an individual who represents the government at a time where there've been improvements in the economy, there've been improvements as it relates to reduction of debt. So you assume that the financing is there to get some of these things off of the ground. So he came across in many ways to me as though he was part of an opposition, as opposed to, in essence, what is a ruling government and a ruling party who has the ability to get these things done.
Dr. Hinds?
I think that what we see from Chad Blackman is somebody who is new and enthusiastic, is thinking about bringing new ideas to the constituency, and I don't see any issue with that. What I would say, though, is Barbados is a small place. We all know this. And we can treat this entire country as a constituency. So while it may be interesting sounding to say we need to have a technology hub in St. James North, I think what we really need to focus on is having a technology hub or a couple of these that serve the island. So locating this within an election, within a singular constituency, to me doesn't make a whole lot of sense, because we are not so large that I think we need 30 technology hubs to develop technology for export. That's the only thing I would say. But I think there's a lot of enthusiasm. There's a kind of macro vision for Barbados that is being reduced into this constituency.
Minister? Well, before we get to the minister, I believe there's a comment which Richard City wants to make on this.
I can make the minister's task a little easier here, because I'm going to defend Chad against Devaron and Dr. Hinds. There's nothing wrong with a young aspirant declaring, he wants to bring technology to his young constituents and seeing it as an avenue for them to self-actualize. What I would urge him, and that said, is be careful not sounding like one of the St. George MPs or the St. Thomas MPs promising a beach. You have to still, I mean, a vegetable cooperative for young people. Let's temper these things. Certainly, we need to develop agriculture, bring technology to agriculture, aquaponics, vertical farming, la-di-la-di-la-la. But, you know, I think we can't even get a cooperative on the national thing going properly. You know, I mean, don't BAS notwithstanding the farmers' organizations, etc. But I think that one may be a little pie in the sky. But having said that, he's, 42 years old? He's allowed to be a little, you know, outside of the box, etc. And certainly, yes, I agree, Devaron, that they have been in office long enough that some of these things really shouldn't be talked about. They should be done. And the question is, what was Edmund Hinkson doing all this time? I mean, it's almost an indictment of your predecessor. So those are the bits. But of course, it's not my job to defend Mr. Blackman. That's the gentleman to my left. Yes, his job. But so please forgive me if I've overstepped. But you know, I'm very much pro youth, and you have to let them do their thing. We've been talking about, you know, technology and a new access of foreign exchange earning. We've heard that so many times from so many politicians, and if maybe he has the right formula,
okay,
more power to him.
Thank you, Minister Humphrey.
When I was doing my master's in London, on the first day of school, we had an interesting experience. There was a young professor, a young doctor, he was on a professor then, Dr. Young. And he came into the class and he said to all of us at the time, 20-something doing our masters, most of y'all are not going to go on and change the world. You're probably not going to go on to do much. Then there was a Mr. Townsend. If y'all know him, Peter Townsend, a very famous lecturer at LSE. And he came in and he said, I'm so happy to be here. You guys are going to go on and change the world. The fact that Richard does not say it is more about his own understanding of himself and the world. And that he would choose to use his limited understanding and perspective to try to bring limits to what Chad is able to do is unfortunate, even if he claims to be elderly, and therefore is my responsibility now. So here's what I really think about what it is that Chad offers. The truth is, as an MP, all of us try to shape our constituencies in our image. That's the truth. If it is that Chad holds these things in extremely high regard, then I believe that he would go his way to see these things happen. And the government has offered a lot of the things that Chad is saying needs to be in his constituency. It doesn't mean he's going to reinvent the wheel, but what he wants to do is to be able to have immediate access to his constituents, which is not only credible, doable, it is applaudable. And for that, I applaud Chad. In fact, a lot of the things he discussed in relation to the elderly, we spoke about, and how it is that my ministry can help him. I know we were having conversations around setting up business, and he was having those conversations with Lisa. I suspect that you're going to see a lot more of that kind of activity through Chad. In relation to Eddie and whether, Mr. Hinkson, and whether we would want to cast aspersions on the man, look, Eddie has done a fantastic job in that constituency. I have people who lived in St. James North who have now moved to my constituency, and they tell me, each of them, what a wonderful job that Eddie has done. Different MPs do things differently. You know, I share a border with St. Michael, South Central, what used to be his constituency. I might just say, because I'm paving roads that we share, I'm paving Villa Road. That used to be your road. You didn't pave it. I'm paving Lanes Road. That used to be your road. You didn't pave it. We finished the road in Flagstaff. You didn't finish it. Does that mean that a person hasn't done anything? And Eddie has done a lot. There are things that still would have to be done, but that's the nature of politics. And therefore, I am satisfied that Eddie has done a good job, and I'm even more satisfied that the things that he declared as being important to him, he's going to go on to do.
Well, the nature of media work requires that we also ask you to be a little bit more specific in light of the fact it's not just Eddie, but it is the dominance of the Barbados Labour Party in the constituency over the years that it would be important to at least identify what you all see as some of the signs of progress have been created by the Barbados Labour Party itself.
Well, first of all, I know, for example, that there are a number of community groups. I've spoken at a few of them that are associated with Mr. Hinkson, for sure. He runs perhaps one of the better organized programs for homework and counseling. I've been involved in that. I know as well that Eddie has gotten more roads perhaps than anybody else in St. James North. And I don't mean in the last few weeks, I mean over time. So we've seen that. I also know when I was Minister of Blue Economy, we did a swimming program, and a lot of the persons that were being taught to swim came from that constituency. And in fact, if you look at what is being offered, because people don't associate, this is the tragedy of politics, right? When you are in a government, people don't associate what the government is doing as your credit. So if persons were to go to a program of training, and we organize several training programs through the National Transformation Initiative, they're not going to go, what a wonderful job Eddie is doing, because Eddie has to do it. If it is that the government puts on these programs and you benefit from it, they still say Eddie has to do it. But that the counter-argument to that is, when the government does it, people are saying, but you're the government. Tell me now what it is that Eddie has done. And I suspect that the country all over has been able to benefit from, I don't have the numbers before me, and I wish I did. The number of persons who have benefited from the training that we offered, for example, through the training initiative, through the regular community development courses. I have a list now of persons who are in the One Family program who are benefiting from the best of government social services. St. James North has a list of about 50 persons easily. They get access to counseling, education, health, training, so on. We just did, through Eddie Hinkson, let's not forget, the most transformative policy and legislation related to persons with disabilities. And a number of persons in that constituency have disabilities, now get non-contributory benefits when they were not getting non-contributory benefits, significant numbers. And the children that were not allowed at all are also getting the benefit. A significant number of persons benefited from the 40% increase in welfare. So I'm just saying the government has done a lot. But that there is this way people view politicians, Eddie, what did you do? And, when it works, you blame Eddie for persons who are seeking that. But when the government has done things, he doesn't get the benefit of it. So I'm just saying that those are just a few, and I think I was relatively specific.
Thank you very much. And of course, apart from Chad Blackman, who is running in St. James North, we have Felicia Dujon of the Democratic Labour Party. So let's hear what she has identified as the major issues.
Well, my main vision is really to empower the people, and empowerment could be various segments. It could be in terms of single mothers, providing the kind of support and hopefully advocate and champion on their behalf, because we're seeing single mothers and fathers in this constituency that need the kind of help and intervention. And hopefully the government can provide at least a small allowance for all single parents in this, not only this constituency, but nationwide. I think it's important, particularly now when parents are struggling to help their children, to help the household, and I think it's important. I also think the elderly, we have to continue to speak on their behalf. We have a ministry that has been allocated millions of dollars, but it's not reaching the people. It's not reaching the people that need the kinds of intervention that is needed. So all of that kind of empowerment is important, ensuring that they get the kind of care, whether it's the short-term care or long-term care, and all of that will be structured. My team and I have been working in terms of what are the needs and how we structure it in terms of management, in terms of the outreach for them. So it's not something that we have a plan for this and that, but we have to structure it in a way that it is feasible and it's also sustainable. As you can see, infrastructure is of major concern in this constituency. As we can see here, even just standing here is a very dangerous point. We have no sidewalks for pedestrians. And as you see, when the buses go, because of the way the road is, it's very small and it's very dangerous. And constituents have been asking for that for many years. There was even a petition of over 200 constituents, and nothing came out of it. As far as I was told by the constituents, the MP said that there wasn't much that he could have done. His government was not willing to do what was necessary or required, or they didn't have funding, we don't know. But it hasn't been done. As I said before, it's a very dangerous area, and as you can see what is happening here. The lighting, very poor lighting in many many villages, many streets, so even Sion Hill, Yearwood Road, and also as we hear, you can see those kinds of matters because when we are here in the evening, so we do not only work during the daytime, we're here in the night to see exactly what is going on with our constituents. We do not, so it's not a job you come in at 8 and you leave at 4. My team, we stay here sometimes even as late as 12 midnight.
So she puts the emphasis on the physical side of things within the constituency. How do you respond, Minister Humphrey?
Look, I think any opposition candidate has to do what Felicia is attempting to do, right? Like you walk into a constituency, if there are 10 lights, you say there should be 20. If you've done 15 roads as the MP, the opposition candidate should say you need to do 15 more. So I wouldn't expect anything different from what is being said. That's the truth. That's what opposition MPs do when they're trying to win favor. But I also think that the Barbadian electorate is a lot more intelligent than that. And that people recognize that within finite resources, there's only so much you could do, even with the best of intentions. And that persons expect you to do what is reasonable. And that the Barbadian electorate has a maturity and an understanding that reflects reasonableness. So, yes, of course, I mean, there would always be a need for more lights. Would I like more lights in St. Michael South? Absolutely. Does that mean that I got no lights? No. Does that mean that I haven't tried in some cases to get more lights? No. Would I like to get more roads? Of course I would like to get more roads. Any MP would want to get the most of everything. But the reality is that in most cases, you can't get all of everything at the same time. But I do believe, as I said before, that we've seen some progress and that we'll continue to see more progress, see more roads, see more lights, and the things that anybody would ask for.
Jamal Slocombe, you seem as though you are chomping at the bit.
I must tell you, let me first start by saying that I believe the Barbados Labour Party government has done tremendous work in being able to move the needle in many areas. But being a seasoned campaigner, despite my youthful outlook now, I must tell you that when you go to meet a voter door to door, they don't care about how many national things and broad issues you've done. They care about the bread and butter issues. They care about when they go to the supermarket, how high the cost of living is, the bills, the supermarket bill, what it is at the end of the day. They care about when the electricity bill comes, how high it is. They care about when they go outside of their house, there's a big pothole there at the end of the day. So I mean, with all due respect, Minister, I do recognize that there's been excellent work done in terms of creating programs, for swimming and the work that you've been doing. But people want to know about how you are going to help them. And that is the harsh reality. That is where the concept of, vote buying comes in at the end of the day. I'm not saying that it happens here, but the reality is that is tokenism. People want something in their hand. And I must tell you as well, I sympathize with Ms. Dujon in many regards. I think that she has mentioned some issues, but I would agree with you, Minister Humphrey, in some regards that, yes, it is what the average person who is campaigning from the opposition would say. But, if you interact with the constituents, and I've done tremendous work in that constituency and being able to interact with people to see that when I'm coming here today, that I'm not speaking through any interesting place. So I'm just saying that those are the realities. People are concerned about roads. People are concerned about the cost of living. People are concerned about these bread and butter issues.
What about crime? Did that feature?
I think that is another issue, but I don't think it weighed as heavily in this constituency in particular. I think that people are concerned about crime at a broad national level, but I don't think when it comes down to nitty-gritty of St. James North that it was a major penetrating issue.
Richard Seeley?
Well, it was interesting hearing Felicia because I thought she was reading from Minister Humphrey's script there. I mean, we heard about Villa Road has been done. We heard about Flagstaff that was started under the last government. I sincerely hope we can get to the point where road repair. We can't on one hand talk about young politicians talking about technology, taking this country forward, and road repair. Now, I mean, government is a continuum. I could say that Villa Road was under the CAF or the CDB program, both negotiated by the DLP government. Flagstaff was started by the DLP government, but where does that take us? What I'm more interested in is when people traverse these roads, the life they have to live. Jamal is right about the cost of living. He's wrong about crime. Everybody in Barbados is concerned about this crime situation that the government appears to have thrown their hands in the air in terms of dealing with it. So those people issues, you're right, Jamal. That is what we need to focus on. Opportunity. And why I support, yes, getting jobs and getting people placed in the center of society. So the Minister Humphrey doesn't have to brag about the fact that the numbers at the welfare are doubling. I want the numbers at welfare to be halving and people move from welfare to work, particularly our young people. So those are some of the issues. And again, Minister Humphrey can talk about all the roads in St. Michael's South, and Felicia can talk about the sidewalks in St. James North. But I sincerely hope that we do get to that point. I heard Minister Hinks saying one of his legacies was the traffic lights by the Westmoreland. I mean, okay, fine. But I would like to think that if we talk about national development, that we should be driving this process forward. That's
balanced
all.
demands that I hear from you again, Minister.
What's that?
I said that balanced demands that I hear from the Minister again.
Listening to Richard makes me, it would be comic if it weren't so tragic. The truth is, and I mean literally tragic, the lights at Westmoreland, whether you think they're important or not, talk to the families who lost loved ones in the number of accidents that were had at that spot. Talk to them. And then on the one hand, you have to decide if you're agreeing with Jamal or not, because Jamal said people care about potholes. You telling me that people don't want to talk about roads. You got to decide if you're agreeing or not. People care. People care. Then you went on and made a casual comment about the doubling of welfare. The numbers at welfare have not doubled. They've petered off post-COVID. And I've said so several times. But here is the interesting...
What is petered off?
Here is the interesting... I'm not here to give you dictionaries or tutelage.
What is petered off?
Use your phone.
The numbers have increased.
I am not here to tutor you. At the end of the day, here is the reality. We have canvassed a constituency in St. James North for the last few weeks. We've had a number of persons supporting the Labour Party over a few years. If we are saying, and I am saying that all these issues that Jamal raised are important issues, of course they are, anywhere, but I'm saying to you that every person in Barbados and the people that I have met in St. James North submit themselves to the idea of reasonableness. To what extent is a government capable of doing all of these things in a particular period? This reasonableness. And if it is that these things, the cost of living is so out of control and this is all people care about and these people issues are so far, the results tonight will therefore support the persons who believe that this is the case. But I'm saying to you at the end of the day, the person that I met in St. James North would say, yes, we understand we want to get this road, but we also understand that as a government, you have finite resources and there are things we want to do. In relation to the people issues, very quickly, especially the social policy issues, this government has done the legislation for children in terms of child protection. We've done the legislation for persons with disabilities. We've done the legislation, just finished the legislation for the elderly. We've brought together the Social Empowerment Agency to focus on family. So there are a number of things that will speak specifically and directly to the most vulnerable as we go forward. And I anticipate, as has been my experience in St. James North, that the persons there understand these issues. And when they vote on all of these issues collectively. People have said to me in St. James North, as a canvas, even persons the few people who said to me outright, well, we don't support the Barbados Labour Party, have said to me, we're very proud of the work that you are doing to be able to help the most vulnerable. That is what I'm saying. It's about reasonableness.
Okay, thank you. We are going to cross over to the Gordon Greenwich primary now, where Philippe Amy has the chairman of the EBC on standby. Philippe?
Yes, David, we're here with the EBC chairman, Ramon Aline, and he's going to give us an idea as to the process that's happening here currently. The voting has officially started, finally. It started. What they're doing at this present moment is focusing more on the special votes, and we're going to get into that with Mr. Aline so he can really explain the process to us. Good evening, sir. How are you doing?
Good evening. I'm well. The first step of the voting count is to ensure that those votes that were taken on special voting day are placed in the correct boxes according to the designation of those special voters. So before we count any boxes, we make sure those special votes are put where they're supposed to be. So that is done. There weren't a particularly large number of special voters on this occasion, so that's already. So we are actually into the substantive counting.
Just for the benefit of the viewers, maybe say special voters, what are you referring to exactly?
You're referring to those voters who work on election day and as such are not able to vote on election day. A day is designated so that they can put their votes early. Those votes are kept under lock and key, guarded 24 hours a day, and on the day of the count, they're placed into their appropriate box.
You mentioned earlier we have 7 polling stations today, 18 boxes, over 50 workers. Give me an idea as to the process. This is not a general election, but we're still talking about serious mobilization and organization to get the by-election going, functioning properly. Give me an idea as to how today went for you and your team.
First, I really want to say thank you to those workers. The officers of the EBC have really put their shoulders to the task. Today went smoothly. Most of the workers today would have come directly from the EBC since it's not a general election. There would not have been a need to bring in any outside forces. Today's process was smooth by all reports, very few glitches. Polling opened on time. Voting was constant, like during the middle of the day, picked back up in the afternoon as is the norm. And I think they did their job admirably. So I really want to first say thank you to them in the context of the job they've done today.
And give me an idea as to any thoughts of reform happening at the EBC currently, whether it be in terms of digitization, possibly having digital voting in the future and so on. Give me ideas to the process you guys are going through in terms of developing your board and so on.
Well, the Commission is always looking at ways to improve. There have been certain recommendations made over the few years as to possible changes in the legislation. I wouldn't want to speak to the specifics of those possible changes, but we are also looking to the actual form and process. There would have been a level of discomfort in previous votes on the issue of the availability of the voters list. We would have run certain tests within our IT department such that most likely on the next iteration persons can go online, check their particular ID number and be indicated as to where their polling station voting box will be, as opposed to necessarily just relying on a physical list being available at the library or at the headquarters for search. So we're trying to make the process easier, more in fitting with modern technology, and that's an ongoing assessment.
Okay. I want to ask you, we carried a story today where the opposition leader made a point that he had some discrepancies today and he would be going to the EBC to file a complaint. He mentioned about 5 voters, potential voters that were not able to vote although they live in the constituency. First of all, did you receive a complaint? And outside of that, mention any other discrepancies that would have happened today, but particularly address the issue that I'm mentioning now with the opposition leader speaking to some of the issues that he encountered today.
We would have received, I wouldn't call it a complaint, there was a concern raised in relation to one specific voter. As we would do with any such inquiry, we did an investigation as to what occurred with that voter, where they were on the list. In the situation that I am speaking of, the voter was actually in a different constituency, and there had been enough notation and process whereby that voter would have or should have been aware as to the constituency where they're actually placed to vote. So I understood the concern in the nature as in the previous election, but with changes, new registration, these changes in terms of box sometimes occur, but there is a process by which we file a preliminary list. There's a process by which we ask you to give any indication if there are any concerns with that list, additions and deletions for this by-election. As with every other election, we did that. Persons were given an opportunity to review that list, indicate, okay, there's a mistake, they come into us and we make the necessary amendments. If these issues are being brought to us on voting day, again, the process does not allow a speedy amendment and change of an electoral list. Unfortunately, these things occur with every election, but the comfort lays in the fact that there's a process whereby every elector has an opportunity to check, make sure they're where they're supposed to be, make the change at the Electoral Boundaries Commission, and we are satisfied after our investigation that that was the case here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alling, for joining us. What we're going to do is that we're going to stay tuned in terms of the counting. The counting has officially begun, like I said, but the returning officer, he has assured us that every 3 to 4 boxes, he will be giving us some results that we can share with you. Back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Philippe, Amy. And we need to hear also from another of the candidates. In this case, we're talking about Alex Mitchell of the Bajan Free Party. What has he had to say about the issues in this by-election?
My vision for St. James North is seeing all the people who's in wall houses in a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, if they choose, for $500 a month. If they're over 65 years old, we're going to charge them $250. It will be on our land. It will not be on their land. It will be on our land because most of the people don't have deeds who are up here. All right? They don't have deeds. And then that way they will be safe in case they have a tsunami or hurricane, that there's a safe zone that you got to go way back up the hill. And we got to make sure that the people don't get washed away, because we see this as a safety issue. We just can't deal with COVID and all that other garbage that they're doing. We're going to deal with that too. We're going to make sure who need to be detoxed, who need to be cleaned up. We want to show, by getting this one seat, then it's going to ripple across all of Barbados. The people complain about housing. The houses are crowded. They talked about 20 years of flooding. When we first started, we heard 10 years of flooding. Then we met the guy who was there from the beginning. He says 20 years of flooding. And to be in the government for seven or going on 8 years, should have taken care of all of that already. You don't need a campaign to tell you, push it forward, this is what I'm going to do. That's garbage, all right? That's not action. That's not how I move. That's not how we operate, right? We see the problem, and all we're going to work off on that after that's the solution, not no long talk, not no looking for money from overseas. All the money is here. If they could charge us $81 million every month for taxes from water alone, we could fix a lot of things with $81 million a month, right? We got 11 parishes. You could put $81 million in each parish every month for the whole 5 years, going around and around and around to get things done. All we do is get taxed, beat up, lied to, looking for overseas money, looking for vaccine money, when the people here need help. Nobody should be in a bad house in Barbados. All of Barbados is special. All of Barbados, every piece. I don't care if it's gully land.
Candidate Alex Mitchell. A reminder that this road to Parliament is coming to you in association with Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall, serving you to make your shopping pleasurable, and Julie's Party Rentals. One call does it all.
At Barbados Steel Works, we're more than just steel. We have everything you need from foundation to roof and everything in between. Dreaming of a kitchen upgrade? How about a bathroom makeover? Barbados Steel Works brings you the highest quality at unbeatable prices. Visit us today and discover why we're the go-to destination for all your construction and home improvement projects.
James North, Stefanie Williams decided that she would put her hat in the ring and therefore run as an independent. Many people believe that becoming an independent candidate is a bold move. What is her perspective on what's been happening in that constituency and what difference she believes she can make?
So my vision for St. James North would be to empower the constituents, right? I have recognized that a lot of constituents feel like they have been forgotten, and we need to change that mindset. We need to let them know that they too are important and that the ideas that they have for themselves, we want to make that a reality, basically. Canvassing the area have realized that the people down there feel like they've been forgotten. Like in terms of the water issues in Tranks, St. James. I mean, for years there's been flooding in Tranks, and it took a by-election to realize that that was an issue, you know? I've also found that the elderly feels really neglected. I've spoken to many elderly persons. They came to tears and I came to tears, and that was really sad. And I've implemented a program whereas it's called Elderly Ambassadors. And those persons, they will be responsible for the elderly specifically. And there will also be a hotline that family members can call, like in terms of changing a pension check. You can call, you can have someone go and change your pension check, go to the supermarket to get your groceries, whatever it is that that person may need. We also have persons who would check in with the elderly like once or twice a week, just to ensure that they are comfortable and that they're good. Because again, like I said, the elderly feels left out. They feel lonely. Also, I believe that empowering the minds of persons can go a long way, because the way how we think can determine the things that we go forward and do. I believe that mindset is key, and that is something that will be really important going forward. Also, I had seen an empty lot, which I believe can be used for recreation for the children, because when you saw the children in the constituency just there, there's nothing to do. So if that plot of land can be used for recreational purposes where children can come together and play and form bonds, I think that that will really be great. In the Wim Gully, I found that there are lakes in the Wim Gully, but there are no lakes where persons have to walk. So that's something that will also need to be dealt with as well. I believe that I will be a good representative for the persons in St. James North, because I'm an honest person, I'm authentic, I'm not here to fit in, and I believe that any representative for people should be some person who's going to advocate on behalf of the issues that they're going to have or the issues that they're experiencing. You know, not someone who's going to come and sugarcoat stuff.
Stefanie Williams, and you also heard from Alex Mitchell. I'm coming to you, Dr. Kristina Hinds. Your thoughts on these two independent candidates?
I think these are people who are genuine, they're enthusiastic, they care about people, or so it seems, and they care about the issues in the area. They're quite brave because they're putting themselves forward, they open themselves to public scrutiny. Most people don't think that they're going to be very successful, and it is quite a brave thing to do. They speak to the beauty of democracy to me, which is that you can put yourself forward, you can engage in important issues, even if you're not successful. And I'm sure that along the way, they will have met people and they will try in whatever way they can to make a difference. I don't think, in fact, I can say with certainty, they're not going to make a big difference to the outcome of this election, but that doesn't mean that they don't make a difference.
I think I should correct myself, because Alex Mitchell is said to represent the Barbados Freedom Party. So,
Barbados Freedom Party.
Yeah, so there's only one independent, but the three others each representing a party. That brings us now to your thoughts on this particular issue of the role of the independent in a by-election such as this. Devaron Bruce?
I think Dr. Hinds is correct regarding the ultimate impact that independents and third parties and alternative parties have in Barbadian elections. History has shown that they don't do very well. in recent memory, you would have had 2018, where there would have been several alternative parties, as I call them, but they amassed about 5% of the national vote. Now, more importantly, I think that they are in place in many ways to raise issues. And we were talking about issues for the last couple of minutes. And I think the major issue is really competence, and it would add confidence as well, because Ms. Williams raised several matters, but she certainly will not be elected to Parliament. So raising issues is not the only consideration to consider as it relates to an election. It's whether or not the public has the confidence and you have the competence around you that the voter would select you. Felicia Dujon, I thought, did an excellent job raising issues, but the likelihood of her winning the constituency is extremely low. So the real issue is really competence and confidence in the individual, and I would say more so the political party.
Let's go back to Gordon Greenwich Primary to hear more from Philippe Amy. Philippe? I'm told that he has on standby Ryan Walters of the Democratic Labour Party. But I guess we'll have to come back to him as he lines himself up. All right. So you make the observation that it is the capacity to be able to win. Some people believe that this is not just about winning, but also helping to influence change in these circumstances. I'd like to hear your perspective on that, Jamal Slocombe.
Yeah, I think that the Democratic Labour Party lost a perfect opportunity with this election. The Democratic Labour Party should have ran a national campaign. Let's look at St. George North for an example. The St. George North by-election was a much more better package by-election for the Democratic Labour Party. I think that when you look at the Democratic Labour Party winning the opportunity to win the seat, the likelihood of that is exceedingly low. But what the Democratic Labour Party should have done is utilize this platform to be able to bring the public's attention to a lot of more national issues. As I said, those bread and butter issues, cost of living, crime, infrastructure challenges. I think that one thing we must recognize is that with the absence of the ability to win the St. James North seat, you should have drawn a comparison to how the leader of the opposition makes an impact in the budget reply, especially if you look at his first budget reply. I thought it was something that captured the interest, the attention of Barbadian public. So just let me draw back reference to that St. George.
Just stick a pin there. Okay. Let me go back to Philippe Amy, and you can expand on that a little later. Philippe Amy.
Yes, David, we're back here at the Gordon Greenwich Primary. Counting is still ongoing. It started about 15-20 minutes ago. We have here Senator Ryan Walters. He would have been relatively active on the campaign trail for the Democratic Labour Party. We're just going to have a quick chat. Thanks for joining me, Senator.
Good evening.
Okay, give me a rough idea from your perspective. How did the campaign go over the last 3 weeks?
Well, pretty much I think the campaign was an opportunity for the Democratic Labour Party to share with the constituency some of the burning issues that they've had over the years. It was also a great opportunity for the party to share with Barbados some of the challenges that have been expressed by Barbadians themselves, and to let Barbados know that we are aware of some of the issues that they're having, and that we do have some solutions for them also. So it was a good opportunity to put us on stage as it relates to some of our candidates. You heard Dr. Dawn Marie Armstrong, you heard Neil Marshall, you heard Simon Clark, you heard Amoy Gilden Boyne, myself, Senator Worrell, you heard also former members of Parliament, Richard Seeley and Dr. Eswick, and there were others as well. So it was really a chance to just have a conversation with Barbados to let them know that, hey, we are aware of the things that are happening, we are aware of the challenges that they're facing, and we are here for them.
Okay, you were on the ground today. I saw you doing some work with Felicia Dujon today. Give me an idea, what are you really feeling on the ground? We get the sense that obviously this is politics. The Barbados Labour Party have really said to you guys that you're doing a disservice to Barbados by putting this information that seems to be false. Barbadians are not really having as hard a time as you guys are saying. What have you seen and heard and felt on the ground?
Well, today moving around as election agent for Felicia, I think it was very quiet, to be honest with you. It was very easy to get in and out of the polling stations. At points, there were lows where there were literally 2 people over maybe a 30-minute. I filled in for some folks as well, and I was in a polling station for about 45 minutes, and if I recorded 4 persons in that time is a lot. So it was really quiet, it was really mellow. There was not a lot of hustle and bustle around, even in the constituency as I drove through as well. So it was very, very interesting, but very, very low key in my opinion. From where I sit, I heard the stories about this high turnout, but from where I sit, I'm not sure if the turnout is going to be that high.
What does that mean for the Democratic Labour Party if there's a low voter turnout?
But I don't know what it means for the Democratic Labour Party. We wait to see how the counting goes. I knew, and I'm sure that everybody knew that it would be a hard task to win the seat basically based on the fact that the seat has been held by the Barbados Steel Party for 35 years or so. We know that the record of the last MP is one that is not is one that constituents complained about, but it's very hard to tell. We have to wait for the count, you know.
Okay, I'm trying to get from you, what are the indicators of let's say growth for the Democratic Labour Party? The last candidate in 2022 got 608 votes. So what would mark an improvement for the DLP in this by-election? What are you looking for?
An improvement is 609, right? If you're talking of votes, but in terms of percentage, we recognize though that there are more voters, a substantial amount of voters added to the list when compared to the last election. In 2022, I think there were about 840, and that is ridiculously high compared to the trends that we've seen in the previous elections. I think between 2008, I think 2003 to 8, I think it was like 400 and something. 2008 to 13 might have been 180 something. Another period was like 189 and then less than 90. So it was a ridiculous amount of new voters. But I think if we can show that we've improved the seat, it could show that, you know, that people are paying us some attention. I think though that it is all well and done to look at the percentages, etc. But I think the mood of the country is what is important. And I think I'm waiting to see the voter turnout, because as I said, to me, I have not seen a lot of people rushing to the polls. And I was out from 6 o'clock this morning, right? And the longest nights I saw was between 6 and maybe 6:15 to 6:30, right? But other than that, it was plain sailing out in all the constituencies. So people, we have to wait and see, but I don't think people are happy either way in terms of governance, and maybe even they might want to see some more from the opposition as well, and we have to be real about that.
Okay, what's next for the Democratic Labour Party after this by-election?
Well, I think we continue to press on. I think we've made some strides. If you've been listening to the campaign, you know I've been championing the fact that we've played a very important role over the last year with the Ralph Thorns crossing. It is very instrumental in terms of bringing awareness to a lot of the issues that have been faced by Barbadians, and I think that we'll continue on that road. I think that we will stay focused, and clearly we have to get ready, more prepared for elections, because clearly the Prime Minister is in election mode, and I think that we just have to be there for the people of Barbados, keep speaking the issues, be brave, and carry the fight to the Barbados Labour Party.
Thank you for joining us here on Starcom Network, Senator Walters. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay.
So this question of the voter turnout today, is that based upon which color shirt you were wearing?
I hear the senator, and the truth is we'll look at the turnout when the turnout is known. I don't want to come and guess what the turnout is going to be. For me, I am keen to know what the percentage of the vote that the Barbados Steel Party may get or the others may get, to be able to make comparisons. I suspect bringing an election now, a by-election now, you may not get the same stimulation as a national election. So I'm more concerned about or more interested in the actual vote share.
But are you actually confirming that the turnout
I
was
haven't
not
confirmed
that
anything. I just
strong?
said I will wait, and we should all wait and see what the turnout is going to be. I made 2 points. The first point was that I genuinely do not believe that the constituency has as many people as. That's the first. Hold a second, David. The second point I think that is important in relation to what we see here is that on average, apart from 2018, the Labour Party gets about just over 2,000, maybe 2,200 votes in that seat. 2,500 a couple times, 2,400 a few times, but just over 2,000. I think if you compare 2018, which is what I've heard others do, comparing the Labour Party's performance to 2018, which was an anomaly. In all political understanding, that was an anomaly. I think the average would be like just over 2,000. So we have to wait and see what the Labour Party is able to do at the end of the night. There were points, because I was on the road from after 6, there were points where the polling stations were full, and there were points where the polling stations were not as full. And if it is that a high voter turnout means something good for the Barbados Steel Party, great. If a low voter turnout means something great for the Barbados Steel Party, great. If it is that neither impacts the performance of the Democratic Labour Party, then we really still need to be having a conversation about the capacity or the ability of the Democratic Labour Party to stir the Barbadian electorate and their challenges. And of course, we as a Barbados Steel Party would have to have a conversation about what it is to be able to excite the electorate as we go forward. But I suspect that most of this conversation will be better had, truthfully, after we have an idea of the vote turnout and the vote split.
Richard Seeley.
So why have it then? The information that we have is that the turnout is low. I completely reject this notion that you just care about getting the majority number of votes cast.
Well, then you need to speak to Richard, not Richard, to Senator
I did not
Walters.
interrupt you. You were
I'm just
talking
saying,
foolishness,
Senator Walters
and I
just
didn't
said he
interrupt
wants
you.
609 votes, and I hope
Relax.
that you are able to speak to him. That's all I would say, my friend.
I'm saying to you, we have a problem in Barbados. When you're telling me that we have a turnout in a by-election in the 30s. The by-election, David, historically have been huge events. I mean, we heard about St. George North. I remember as far back as Richie Haynes in 1978, the St. John by-elections. The country is alive. And we descend on a constituency, and people are keen on issues and to participate. When you can tell me that it might be close to 7 out of every 10 registered electors don't want to endorse a government or an opposition, I think that the real victor here, and we can declare the honest victor here, is voter apathy. And that's a very serious issue. And someone who was once responsible for constituency empowerment program, albeit under a Democratic Labour Party government, should be concerned about how we can move governance closer to the people. We have a problem, and this top-down thing is clearly not working. And I sincerely hope the Republican Constitution can look at these issues. You know, we have a republic, but we ain't got a constitution, and because
clearly it's not working.
And I think we need to.
Well, I must say
Okay.
that what was said just now by Senator Ryan Walters has really thrown an interesting spanner in the works when it comes to what he observed, and clearly what Minister Humphrey is not prepared to delve into right now. I agree with you that we're going to wait to see what the results tell us, but we are very interested in what kind of gauge we are going to get from this by-election. Reminding you that the Road to Parliament is brought to you in association with Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall serving you to make your shopping pleasurable, and Julie's Party Rentals. One call does it all. Let's go across next to Carol Toppin. I believe she has a guest speaking with her. Good evening again, Carol. Well, we'll come back to her. In the meantime, let me hear from you, Jamal Slocombe.
We are at the DLP headquarters here in Rockdundle as we await the official count and we await the official results. But I have with me Mr. Hartley Reid this evening. He was responsible for the canvassing. First of all, he's on the executive and general council, so definitely one who's full of knowledge. Talk to me. Talk to me a little bit about the canvassing and putting that together for this very, very hectic 3 weeks.
Well, good evening to you and your listeners and viewers. It was, as you said, hectic because, as you know, we all know, it was sprung on us, and we were then had to get the machinery going. That took our members. Our members are volunteer members, so they have to operate between canvassing and their work. So we did have to operate and get that one going. The synergies weren't the best, but we had to make do with what we had. Weekends were our better days because of the availability of numbers. And we had to concentrate then on where we were to get the best possible results out of our members. And that meant, I must say that we, on hitting the ground and walking the constituencies, we were fortunate that a number of persons took to our candidate. Felicia was phenomenal. She has all the energy in the world, and she was able to, well, she had promised to speak with every voter. So that in itself was a tall order, and she tried. So we did our best. We broke up in as normal canvassing, and we knocked at every door, as many doors as possible, spoke to people, and the encouraging thing was the response. Persons were quite happy to see it. Persons, once again, the voters were complaining that the number of times they hadn't seen their representative, Edmund Hinkson. So we attempted to convince them that we were the perfect alternative, and that we, when given the opportunity, we would do our best to represent them and all of their interests. You had areas like trench tenantry, where there's a perennial issue with flooding. And whenever the rain sets up, as my mother would say, that area would flood. And the constituents were asking for some relief, drainage, whatever it is, to improve that area. A number of the youth were complaining about opportunities, a lack of opportunities of work. So we were there. We listened to the concerns of the electorate, and once again we asked them. Well, then we told them that we would do our best if we were given I want to be positive when we are given the opportunity.
Well, thank you so much. We are at DLP headquarters in Rockdundle, just speaking to Mr. Hartley Reid, who was responsible for canvassing. Back to you.
Thank you, Carol Toppin. Jamal Slocombe.
Yeah, David, I was making a point that, and after hearing Senator Walters, I believe that a low voter turnout would favor the Barbados Labour Party. A high voter turnout would suggest that Barbadians or constituents were definitely going out there with the intention to make some form of change. I don't believe that we would see a high voter turnout based on what the indications there are today. But when I listen to Senator Walters, I remain a little concerned. this rhetoric coming from the the Democratic Labour Party indicates that after the leader of opposition stood on the floor of Parliament, suggested in November that by-election was coming in St. Thomas and one was coming in St. James North, that the Democratic Labour Party was unable to pull together a campaign is actually troubling. This is a clear pattern of a political neophyte, and the alignment of Senator Ryan Walters with the leader of the opposition in this regard is further troubling. With all due respect, the Democratic Labour Party ran a campaign on morality and democracy in the first few instances.
Let me get another opinion on this matter, because I must say to you that one of the bothersome aspects of what's happening is that we talk about the BLP and the DLP, but we tend to forget a lot of people in the middle who are kind of disenchanted. And this is not peculiar to us in Barbados. You're seeing this happen in other countries in Europe. The political system that we have grown up with is appearing not to deliver. So here we are in a background where all of these young people know about Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and yet we're talking about roads, we're talking about basic things as if the people have not matured beyond that. Are we missing something here?
This is an interesting question. It's an important question. There are a lot of things that I believe we are missing. One of the things that we are missing has to do with how people receive information and the kind of messages that are able to float about. So we hear these voice notes on WhatsApp and messages on the social media, and some of that can cause people to be quite disenchanted with politics in general, to believe some of all kinds of things. There was a recent voice note about reparations and whether this $300 people were getting is the solidarity allowance, whether this was reparation, part of reparation. So there are a lot of things that cause trust to decrease in our politicians, in the political system, and some of that is reflected in voter turnout. I can't say that this is the entirety of what we see, but I think we underestimate the extent to which this makes people distrust the political system, not just here, but political systems. And it is something that I think we need to study, analyze, and figure out how we deal with it. And I think that political parties are also guilty of playing into some of this because we know how confusing it can be. So there may be some mischief among some political operatives in just planting some seeds that can add to this confusion.
Devaron?
So I would add to that and highlight the fact that you've seen a decrease in voter turnout in Barbados, I think, since the 80s coming down. Now, there are several reasons why, and I think Dr. Hinds highlighted some of them, but one of the realities we have to recognize and admit is that a lot of persons are less directly, I would say, reliant on politics. So it's not the circumstance of the 70s and 80s and the 90s where you had a large government, large employment by government, and just a real circumstance where the economy was not developed sufficient, so government had to play a major role. You've had development since the 2000s where you have an increasing private sector, a diverse private sector, and persons are less reliant on the bread and biscuit politics as before, for instance. So we have to recognize that. You also have a circumstance where it's easier for persons to disengage from the realities of the ground. I always make mention of the fact that younger persons are often disengaged through social media. It's not a way of engagement in many ways, it's a way of disengagement. So you have those changing dynamics regarding culture, regarding the growth of the economy, for instance, and people becoming less reliant on politics. I think you also have a modern politician who's less hands-on than traditional politicians. Traditional politicians would have been seen regularly, heard regularly, maintain relationships, and you now have modern politicians who utilize social media, who are less seen, who drive around with the windows up and tinted as you know, I don't want to call it names, but you have that happening. So I'm not surprised that you're saying less interest in politics, because the relationship between politics and persons have been severed in many ways.
So another political scientist I want to hear that I haven't heard for a while, Kevin Edie. How do you see it? Because you do work not only in Barbados, but in other CARICOM countries as well.
Yeah, I think this is a problem that is exhibiting across the region. I think it's a case as well too where we have, as Devaron would have mentioned, a changing demographic in terms of the voter. Younger people nowadays, they're not as party loyal as how their parents and their grandparents would have been. And in many cases, it's a case of almost like, what you doing for me? In the case, it's more of a more transactional type of arrangement. So I think it's a case of political parties having now to adjust from the style of politics that we grew up accustomed to, and also readjusting their strategies to basically meet where these new cosmopolitan type voters, where they are.
Yes, Dr. Hinds?
Yes, I wanted to follow up on something that Devaron said, but it kind of slipped me after. I was so engaged with Kevin's comments. They're really quite good. But I think one of the things we also have to keep in mind is that I don't think that people are not engaged with politics. I think it is the electoral side of politics, because every day people engage with politics. They talk about things that are affecting them in their communities, things that are happening in the country, the economy, cost of living. So I think Barbadians are very engaged with politics. But when it comes to elections, that is a different story. And I think there is a sense that some people feel that there is not a whole lot of difference between the two political parties. The difference is really the personnel. So it's not necessarily the vision or mission, it's the personnel and the effectiveness in delivering whatever it is that we want, a better life. So there is a kind of stasis in our politics where I don't believe that people think that there actually are alternatives. The alternatives are the differences in the people, not in the vision, the mission, the objectives. BLP, DLP, we carry on.
Minister Humphrey, how do you see it?
We've heard for years that there's no fundamental difference between the two parties. I think Gabby said BLP, DLP, same party. And that was decades ago. And people have said so. But I think there's been, especially in this election, there was a very clearly articulated difference in vision, in approach, in articulating what one candidate was going to do as a larger vision. And I think on the other side, in this election, what we got was more of the same. You know, a lot of negative messaging, you know, platform performances that were circus-like performances in many ways, a lot of name calling, body shaming about who eat jam puffs, and, you know, people barking as if they're dogs on political platforms on the one hand. And then on the other hand, a campaign that was focused on messaging, trying to offer vision, plugging into the larger framework. We spoke of a number of large issues, climate change, you heard on our platform, the need for larger governance issues on our platform. Everything I say seems to be troubling the man next to me. It's shifted. You can't sit comfortable. You're sweated. Turn up the AC. Anyway.
Is it coffee?
The point is that I believe it was, I think Tyra called it well, a tale of two parties, and we articulate a very, very clear vision. But I also appreciate that outside of that, you are not seeing a lot of people signing up for things. So you're not seeing people signing up for youth groups. And let me be real. Youth groups, you're not seeing people signing up for the neighborhood watch and different things. So people's desire to be part of these things beyond politics is dwindling. And I had written a paper years ago about to what extent can a government build social capital, particularly around the important issues that we need to solve. And in relation to the important issues that we're able to build upon, to what extent can the state play a role in changing that? And I do think it's going to require for us to reflect on the role of the state on a number of these things, and not just only on politics. And at the end of the day, look, the young people of Barbados are extremely bright. The average Barbadian that you meet in St. James North, the young people are brilliant. They understand politics. Many of them said to me today while canvassing that we don't have to go and vote. You're all going to win the seat anyway. And I think the political scientists may want to consider that in St. James North.
We shouldn't be canvassing today.
Yesterday, the day before. When we were in St. James North, many people were saying to us over the last few weeks that the truth is that the BLP can win the seat. If there's a BLP seat, we don't have to go and vote. You man gonna win anyhow. And so I think that was also a part of it. But I do believe that we were, particularly in this election, able to articulate a vision. We stayed on message in a way that the Democratic Labour Party wasn't able to stay on message. And I can't advise the Democratic Labour Party, but I do believe that there has to be a point where there has to be some mature reflection, particularly by the people who would have been considered senior in the party, to be able to say, is this the direction that we wish to go? After 2018, after the by-election, after 2022, and after what is likely to happen tonight, if you choose not to engage in honest reflection, then one could anticipate more of the same. And therefore, that is just my personal advice. As I said, I can't advise the senior members of the Democratic Labour Party who have determined that they now want to be part of the behavior of the new group. So instead of leadership, we're having followership by people who should be leading, and it's regrettable.
As you said, the critical issue here is to see what the results are telling us. Is there a possibility that the BLP could win the seat for sure, but yet a message could be sent to both the BLP and the DLP about
Absolutely.
how people feel in this country?
Absolutely.
Well, David, yeah, I think
Proceed,
thanks for
proceed.
the advice. I would like you to advise your Prime Minister not to call people fluffy. If you're going to talk about behavior on the platform, surely a Prime Minister should have their mind occupied more things than calling people fluffy and senator and other things. And a man gets up, allows a campaign to be centered around his size, announces he wants his future constituents to help him lose weight, and then gets vexed he's being body shamed. And he should have never introduced it. I don't know what that's about.
That's a pitiful
Anyhow,
excuse, but you proceed.
it is not an excuse.
But it is.
Nobody is body shamed anyone. And you can talk about body shaming, but you don't have a Prime Minister with your boss calling somebody fluffy. Really now? Doesn't she have more things on her mind? You know, but
Calm
you
down,
know,
Richard.
the four
Richard, the
political
public is
scientists,
listening. You
y'all
may want
said
to
it, you
calm
know.
down.
Young people, you see, BLP, DLP, same party. A classic example. Now, 4 political scientists, 1 psephologist, make serious points about what's happening in the region and the reason why we are seeing this voter apathy. The indifference, the feeling that the parties are the same, the feeling that your vote doesn't matter. And yet, what do you hear from from a sitting minister.
The feeling also.
I'm saying that we need to unpack this issue in a serious manner. Now, I'm not going to try to defend every single bit of platform banter, and I don't think he would either, because I know he won't call nobody fluffy. He's a little too serious for that. But the point is, what are we doing to get people, and not only young people, because Devaron is right. I contested my first election in 1999. There wasn't a social media then, but you have seen this growing feeling of indifference. And it's not just a matter of people have other things happening and they're doing. There is a huge swath of people out there who simply don't care. And we have to deal with that. We don't want to hear this, but the truth is there are some people out there who don't care if it's 30, love 30, or 15. Too many people in that group. And I think that both political parties, and dare I say the others up and coming, need to focus on that. Otherwise, the democracy, we are making a mockery of it. And frankly speaking, I think now as we move into the republic, an excellent opportunity to deal with that issue and take it from there.
I have a question, though, for Jamal Slocombe, who makes it clear that he is a political consultant. Therefore, this would be seen as a major challenge for somebody in your age group, to be able to bring something to the table that people believe is missing, to the point where a lot of people feel as though they are left out of the political mainstream and that they couldn't be bothered. How do you see people like yourself making a difference?
I think that, let me just contextualize it for you. I think that in 2018, you saw an interest in the Mayor Motley-led administration, the Mayor Motley-led Barbados Steel Party, just a huge set of celebration, supporting the Mayor Motley Barbados Steel Party, saying, look, we buy into these ideas, we buy into this vision, we now want to rally and support her. I think now there is a growing sense of hopelessness in that vision. Not to the extent where you will find Barbadians deciding, hey, we want Mayor Motley to go, but we want something different. But at the same time, the Democratic Labour Party doesn't present something different. So you have a Democratic Labour Party who fails to comprehend that Barbadians want some form of alternate. I think that is why Ralph Thorne and Felicia Dujon was campaigning on this idea of democracy. We need another person in parliament. But the way you're going to get that is not just simply stand up and say, hip hip hooray, join me, we are the fresh idea, we are a vision of morality and the other side is corrupt. It's not going to happen like that. I think that people want a sense of realness. People want a sense of you connecting with them. And I think that is what happened with Prime Minister Motley in 2018. You personalize her to a great extent. You introduce this term anti-Mia.
Yeah, but that doesn't deal with the fundamental issues. Because you're packaging a person in a particular way to achieve the result. But because you haven't dealt with fundamental issues, people finally get disenchanted. They feel as though you're not able to deal with their garbage issues effectively, their transportation issues effectively. The very things that you campaign on come back to haunt you. And the question is, how can you give those people a greater sense of hope, a belief that either of these two political parties got the answers to the problems, the whole issue of being able to compete in the world. Those are the types of issues that people are looking for.
The construct of our society eventually will not truly present that direction, no different than any of the Caribbean islands, recognizing a same low voter turnout in many regards. I think that the only way something like that would be achieved is somewhat of a quasi-revolution. I don't want to say a revolution in the traditional sense that we would have seen in Grenada or in some of the African continents, on the African continent. But I think that there has to be some form of a radical shift in ideologies in either political parties that young people buy into. But at the end of the day, I don't think it is. Why are we speaking about young people specifically? I would allow the political scientists to guide me. So from a numerical perspective, is the apathy primarily among young people? What are the demographics? You know, we're assuming that is young people. We don't have the numbers. I don't know if you do.
That's a good question. It's actually something that I have been trying to investigate. The issue that we have is when we look at our electoral reports, they do not tell us about the age breakdown. So we know about men and women.
Mm-hmm.
We know how people vote by candidate or political party, but we can't really tell you that. One of the things that I can say is that older people tend to vote more than younger people, and women more than men. So I don't know if that's advice for the political parties, but those are things that we see. And what we can also see is political parties that are able to excite young people can do quite well. So we see that, for instance, the election in which David Thompson was successful, there was that kind of excitement. Correct. We can also see similar around Prime Minister Motley's rise. And even if we look at one of the evenings when there were all of the young socialists that led that platform, there was a level of excitement around there. We don't necessarily see that with the DLP. So that can be something that can tip the scales a bit. So if I were to give advice to the DLP, it is that they have to find a way to reach younger people, activate younger people. These are the newer voters you can get. The older voters are only going in one direction.
But they had that. The reality is they had that with Dr. Ronnie Yearwood. You had a contingent included Tyra Trotman.
And where is Dr. Yearwood now?
Well, that's the harsh reality.
Mm-hmm.
Tyra, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the question here goes beyond personality. It has to do with what is the strategy that you have seen from them then and now that would make the difference?
I think there's an inextricable link between problems or challenges and personalities. The way you tie a personality to issues. Let's look at 2018 again. Prime Minister Motley, said, "Give me the vote and watch me." That's that kind of youthful outlook, lyric on stage, Peter Ram on stage. Again, the use of anti-mere, the cross on the neck. These little things make a big difference, and that is why I'm not necessarily surprised that you use the term big man in this election, because when you have a conversation with your peer, we're getting on big man, it is these little things that actually help to make a person more relatable, and when you have a relatable person, you're then able to somewhat bring the issues and help them to they're the messenger at the end of the day. So once you shape a good messenger, they're able to say things and do things that people will eventually buy
I put
into.
this question to you, Richard Seeley, because looking at it from this distance, it comes across as though the DLP needs to come into the 21st century when it comes to campaigning. It's as simple as that.
The 2008 election that Jamal referred to, I think we were in the 21st or even the 22nd century under Thompson. But one of the things we had then that we don't have now is money. The Barbados Labour Party definitely have bigger budgets. That election, we had funds. And don't let's fool ourselves. We can talk all around it, but when you're talking about mounting a stage, you're talking about entertainers, local, regional, you need money, and that is a problem. I mean, I I drove past Folkestone last night. Everybody had on a Chad Blackman t-shirt, and they all look fresh, pressed and starched. No doubt they have about 2 or 3 home. The t-shirt budget alone for this by-election probably was more than the entire campaign budget for the DLP. You're not gonna get any, you ain't gonna get no international entertainment. And, you know, we got a lorry, and they got a DB production stage with soft chairs and all kind of thing. Let's get real. Having said that, that's not an excuse. I do believe that the party needs to get creative in terms of fundraising. I remember putting it to a former treasurer that I see how the churches do tithing and raise money. I remember the Obama campaign where he raised small amounts from a large group, and maybe we have to do that. The big business people love the Barbados Labour Party, and they're going to write those big fat checks. We are not going to get them. We have to be a little more creative. That's just reality. And again, not making any excuses. We have the model. We used it in the past successfully. Motley adopted it for all intents and purposes. If you want to be fair, 2018 was a carbon copy of 2008. We said the Under the Streetlight series, she says she rubbing shoulders. Same thing. And the same political consultant too, but I ain't getting into that. But
do you think you're
that.
suffering a hangover from
that.
the split that occurred within the Democratic Labour Party several months ago, the Ronnie Yearwood exit and the fight with Ralph Thorne? Is that something that many people are still talking about?
Well, you know, the parties always have challenges. And, you know, you have to be able to deal with these things. People join organizations for different reasons. I mean, personally, I joined because I believe in the philosophy, okay? I didn't leave the party at the death of Thompson or Barrow or Richie Hinds' departure. I stayed. So people join. Oh, Lord.
Okay, proceed.
Proceed, sorry.
Proceed.
Yeah,
That's
so
temporary.
again, I mean, when I was in Parliament, for example, Lynette Eastman, a former BLP member, she started the party. And Maria Agard, who was a sitting MP, I think, you know, crossed the floor and joined that party. That's just life. So, again, David, I'm not going to poo-poo any issue. I'm just simply saying that a mature party, you have to be able to deal with these things, and you have to know sometimes how people sometimes leave a party and come back. And both parties have seen that. So that's really...
I probably will say what Richard cannot say in this circumstance. The exit of Ronnie Yearwood has party. The reality is the exit of Ronnie Yearwood has caused a tremendous impact on the Democrat Labour Party where it is today. There is also a problem with the messenger.
But where is your evidence to support that?
Well, the result tonight will show you that. And I'll tell you this as well. The coordination of the Democratic Labour Party's campaign was next to poor. I mean, Mr. Seeley correctly said it. The back of a lorry to hold a national meeting. I mean, in fact, I stand corrected. The Democratic Labour Party hasn't held a single national meeting in this entire campaign. Mass canvassing of the Democratic Labour Party was 1 or 2 people knocking around the constituency. That means that you have a mobilization problem.
That's a fair assessment. But then how do you compare that with the issue of the exodus, or the exit of Dr. Ronnie Yearwood? I mean, as I said, where's the evidence to support it?
If you want to speak evidence, the decline of the Democratic Party started long before the exit of Ronnie Yearwood. If you look at the last 25 years, the Democratic Labour Party was able to attract only 4 of every 10 votes over the last 25 years. We talk about the success of David Thompson. David Thompson was actually not that successful. He was seat-wise. But when you look at the breakdown of support, Oinatha lost the election by 4 election points. So even then, when the Democrat Labour Party succeeds, it does not succeed at the same rate that the Barbados Labour Party succeeds. If you look at 2013, when they returned to office, they won that election by less than 400 votes. If you look at Steve Blackett, for instance, and Michael Carrington, between the two, it was less than 400 votes. So the decline of the DLP started long before. And a mature political party has to recognize why that is happening. You're not able to tap into the changes of Barbadian society, and that is the reality that you face. The economic changes, like I mentioned, the diversity of the economy. For instance, under the Oinatha administration, you had the growth of the tourism space, you had real estate, you had international banking. You created a middle class, you created individuals who the messaging of the Democrat Labour Party historically has been the working party. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We have to adjust that messaging. You have to recognize now the emergence of technology and understanding information, understanding data, and understanding how those things help you during campaigns. And you have to also recognize identity politics. The reality is that the middle class now have children, and those children, quite frankly, are relatively comfortable, and their issues are not the issues of the past. They identify with different things, LGBT issues, they identify with climate change, they identify with several other matters. But the Democrat Labour Party, in essence, has found itself in a situation where its messaging has been static for too long, and they're unable to tap into several spaces, including the business space that you made mention of, Richard. It is not that the Barbados Labour Party is more preferable or not. They just do a better job of being able to tap into those spaces because they've recognized change.
Kevin, I want your thoughts. Sorry, Kevin, what are your observations about this aspect of it?
In terms of the DLP's campaign?
Yes.
Well, I think that the DLP's campaign was one that was... It was not up to the usual standard. And I really do think that for many persons, I think the issue that the Democratic Labour Party had back in 2018 was due to the fact that a lot of their voters stayed home, point blank. They basically stayed home. And 2022 indicated similar as a result as well too. And based on what these results say tonight, we will see if there has been a leveling of a wakening up of the base, or if if there still will continue to be in the doldrums going into the next general election.
I think there is a level of honesty that politicians have to bring to public life, and a maturity and a self-reflection. It is not enough, in my opinion, for Richard to suggest that we're gonna cross over to Philippe Amy. He apparently is about to deliver some results to us shortly. Yes, Philippe.
Yes, hi guys. We have the first 4 boxes. The returning officer, Leonard Walters, he just came to us and delivered us this information. The first 4 boxes, SA1, A to H. We have Blackman with 292. Felicia Dujon, 15. Alex Mitchell, 0. Stefanie Williams, 0. In that box, there were 2 spoil votes. In the second box, SA1, I to Z. We have Blackman with 238. Dujon with 17, Mitchell 0, and Williams 2. In the third box, SA2, letters A to I, we have Blackman with 186, Dujon 31, Mitchell 0, and Williams 2. In the final box that Mr. Walters gave us just now, we have SA2, J to Z, Blackman 196, Dujon 23, Mitchell 0, and Williams 3. So those are the first 4 boxes that we have here from Gordon Greenwich. I'll be back to you guys.
It tells you quite clearly that Blackman is way ahead at the moment, and you need to analyze those statistics for us, Kevin. Okay. Yes.
Right. Well, I think this is going to tie in with the point that I wanted to make. because for all the sophistry to my right, the reality is that the Democrat Labour Party needs to engage in honest self-reflection. And, you know, to say that you don't want to make an excuse after making a range of excuses is not enough. Oh, the Democrat Labour Party doesn't have enough money, mere mortally this, and this focus by the Democrat Labour Party every single election, as if they haven't learned, going after Mia, it's ridiculous. And the public have already made their judgment on the Prime Minister. And I really believe that these kind of very basic jejune arguments that we're hearing again tonight are not going to be enough to change the dynamic. And this is my view. The point that was made earlier in relation to low voter turnout. It takes two parties to get high voter turnout. The reality is that the Barbados Labour Party votes are holding. In fact, you might be surprised that by the end of the night, they're holding for now. By the end of the night, if it changes, so remember I said very early that this seat tradition is just over 2,000, you know, maybe 2,200 or so. So if that's not the case by the end of the night, by the way it's looking, it looks as if it's holding. But the Democrat Labour Party vote is lower now, it seems, than even it was in the last election. And therefore, I think it has to be more than what it is that we are saying. And that the candidate did not resonate with the residents of St. James North, and that our candidate resonated. The messaging did not resonate, and that our messaging resonated. But that as a student of politics, I am very concerned that unless the Democrat Labour Party is able to be mature in their own analysis and be able to be mature enough to make the necessary corrective action, then these are going to be the kinds of results that we see. And Richard, with all due respect, has not said anything here tonight to give me the impression that we are on the course for that kind of honest, mature contemplation.
I think that, just let me make a correction. If you look at yes, we could blame COVID, but if you look at the 2018 election, the Democratic Labour Party was around 30,000 votes in both 2018 and 2022. I believe in 2018 was 33,000. In 2022 was actually 30,000. The Barbados Labour Party dropped from over 100,000 to 70,000 votes in 2022.
Let's talk about St. James North.
No, let's just touch those numbers initially, because if we look at that, that is also an indication that the Barbados Labour Party has lost some form of support versus 2022. But I will also say this: if we look at the harsh reality with the Democratic Labour Party, I agree with you there, because the Democratic Labour Party needs, at the end of the day, based on these numbers, these preliminary numbers that we're seeing, to do something drastically different. If the Democratic Labour Party fails to get past 36% of the vote tonight in the constituency, the messenger needs to be crucified on Pontius Pilate. That is the harsh reality. And I'm not meaning you here, Mr. Seeley, as the messenger tonight. The reality, the messenger is essentially either the leader of the opposition or the candidate who was in this race. The reality is, Ralph Thorne appeared on the campaign stage every night. You think that a person with national profile would help pull along the candidate in the constituency, but that didn't work. That means he is not resonating.
Well,
either.
there's another dimension to this. Chad Blackman had a significant head start because he was in the constituency from last February, last March. But it also speaks to the fact that the Democratic Labour Party, for whatever reason, seemed not to recognize that he was there. And therefore, something is wrong with the structure of that party when you can have a man out there knocking on doors and you don't know. What do you say to that, Richard Seeley?
As far as I know, there was a fairly active DLP branch in the constituency. I think we have to be realistic in terms of the tribal nature of this constituency that has been very loyal to the Barbados Labour Party. I have no problem with Devaron's analysis, but he has to look at it against the backdrop of his other analysis And Jamal alluded to it, that if you're seeing an overall drop in both parties, you have to understand that, yes, what the DLP is seeing is only reflective of the overall position of the electorate. Again, these matters need to be addressed. I think I spoke to that earlier.
I got to
Sorry.
go to Ronnie Clark, who is at the BLP constituency office at Lower Carlton. Good evening, Ronnie.
But let's not go down the road.
Yes, good evening, David. Welcome back to Lower Carlton, the constituency campaign office of Chad Blackman. Early results have come through. Jubilation when the results were read. But much has been said about the participation of the youth in this particular exercise. I have with me the president of the League of Young Socialists, Miss Roshana Trim. Roshana, good night to you.
Good night to you and good night to the viewers.
Now, you were prominent, the Young Socialists, on the platform, off the platform. Give us some insight into your involvement and passion for this campaign and for the party.
Yeah, definitely. So we knew from the outset, the Prime Minister and indeed Chad as the candidate indicated very early that the League were going to play a crucial role in this campaign, and we saw it as important to ensure that we support one of our own, because Chad is a former president of the League of Young Socialists, but also Chad has over the years offered the League support without hesitation. And so the League canvassed, we've been on the ground even before the election in assisting in feeling out the constituency, really understanding how residents feel, making sure that they're familiar with Chad and the kind of initiatives that he's running. We've also throughout the campaign been at the constituency or campaign office, ensuring that we are going through all the processes of a campaign. So persons might see us outside canvassing, but there are other things that happen to make sure that we're keeping track of what's going on, that we know where we're going on the day, what has to be done, and also making sure that young people are aware at every level of the party what happens, so that we're able in the future to carry it on. And so the campaign has been one of love for the League of Young Socialists because of Chad and our closeness to Chad. It has been a learning experience, and we were more than happy to work on the ground mobilizing in terms of canvassing, to work here in terms of debriefing and making sure that we have all the records up to date and that we're reaching out. We've been happy to support on platforms as chairpersons, and we mounted our own youth platform as well throughout the campaign. And so the Barbados Labour Party has over the years, and I've been a member since 2018, has over the years that I have been a member, and even before, which is what prompted me to join, it has extended and shown that it loves young people and it recognizes our value to the political process, and we are integral at every step. And so that's what this has been, and the League is happy to have been involved in the way that we were and to contribute in the way that we have, to demonstrate that young people have a role to play in the democratic process. And it goes beyond, of course, the elections, but elections and the campaign, they're very important. And so to be able to support the party in this way, and to also have young people who are vibrant and passionate and engaged in the country's affairs and interested in its development, and to express themselves and to showcase their knowledge and their opinions on the platform, it has truly been a great experience for us.
And how has the Prime Minister assisted you in maintaining that interest and growing your interest in politics?
The truth is that when I joined the party, I met the Prime Minister first, and that was really what made me sign the form. Throughout this process, but even throughout, actually not just throughout this process, but in general, Prime Minister reaches out to us to ask us what is it that we need, what are our opinions on certain topics. She'll engage us so that we can make contributions. At any point in time that we make a contribution, it is never dismissed. Even if it may not be the final result, we tend to have dialogue. We understand the Prime Minister's perspective and the parliamentary group's perspective, but they also understand our perspective and our thoughts. There is no one-way communication in the political party with the young people and the main party. What we have is a two-way stream, and information goes both ways, and we continuously see that there's consideration given to the things that we suggest, and also, like I said, that we are included at every level, in committees, at sessions, whatever it is, we feel involved, and that makes us more energized and more willing to come out and to participate and to continue, of course, to support the Barbados Labour Party.
With the results indicating early that this will be a successful by-election for the Barbados Labour Party and Chad Blackman, how do you move to the next stage of implementing many of the things which were youth-focused that were spoken of during this campaign?
Absolutely. So Chad has expressed a lot of plans, and I know that he is well supported by the government and the Prime Minister and the Barbados Labour Party for the League. We don't necessarily leave because the election has ended. Our members come from every constituency, and so there are constituency members here who are going to continue, and then by extension those of us who may not be from St. James North, we are also going to remain to offer support.
That's Miss Roshana Trim, the president of the League of Young Socialists, and we're live at Lower Carlton in St. James.
Yes, so we have another result here, SA A to G, Blackman 93, Dujon 30, Mitchell 0, and Williams 1. Then there is SA3 H to Z, Blackman 116, Dujon 22, Mitchell 0, Williams 0. SA4 A to G, Blackman 83, Dujon 38, Mitchell 0, Williams 2. And I think, well, then there's SA4 H to Z. This is another one that just came in. Blackman 113, Dujon 43, Mitchell 2, and Williams 2. So clearly Blackman is lengthening his lead, but a very interesting question needs to be asked and answered. Basically, how do these two performances compare with previously? And Kevin, at some point, I think, what can you tell us at this stage?
Well, I could speak for the first two boxes. So the BLP right now inside of SA1, right now SA1, the BLP has 530 versus the DLP's 32. And in SA2, the BLP has 382 versus the DLP's 54. So at this point in time, the Labour Party, well, the BLP in SA1 lost around 79 votes versus the 2022, and the DLP would have lost 22 votes as well. In SA2, the BLP would have gained 6 votes, and the DLP would have lost 23. So the DLP is actually underperforming within this by-election thus far versus 2022.
And we go back to, I believe that's Ronnie Clark, who is at the BLP constituency office. I believe he has Kerry Simmons on standby. It's Philip Amy who has him. Thank you, Philip.
Hi, David. Yes. So far that's 8 boxes, and we have Chad Blackman well in the lead comfortably. We have MP Kerry Simmons here. We're going to ask him, what do these results mean? Are you surprised? He laughs.
No, I'm not surprised. Look, to be as charitable as possible and to be very candid with you, the concern that I think the Barbados Labour Party has had from the very beginning is that on all the available evidence, in spite of having called on the floor of Parliament for an election, the Democratic Labour Party's leader was not in a position for him or his party to seriously show up in this election. And we felt that in almost every box that we have worked in. I certainly spent a lot of time in the Trents area, and I anticipate that the result in Trents is going to be no different than that which you've heard tonight. The Democratic Labour Party has simply not shown up in this campaign. I don't think that the candidate, quite frankly, has resonated with the people. But more importantly than the candidate herself is the fact that the issues as put before the people by the Democratic Labour Party have not really been either seriously put or the engagement has not been done in a way that leads to any feeling on the part of the general public that they are a solution-oriented political machine anymore. So that, for example, in a day and age like this, to simply speak to the cost of living as though Barbados is a place unique, set apart from the rest of the world, and in the context of a global environment where every country on planet Earth has been impacted by a surge in prices, and for a variety of reasons, including some as complex as the change in the climate, which has had a very deleterious and negative effect on the agricultural sector of several countries on planet Earth. But in Barbados, there has been no connection between those things and our own agriculture sector as far as the Democratic Labour Party's platform is concerned. There's no provoking thought processes that you're sharing with the public that helps to say that, look, the party is grappling with these issues. I don't think you would have heard the word climate change come from the Democratic Labour Party platform at all, except for it being dismissed in the same way that resilience is dismissed by their leader, and sustainability has been dismissed by their leader. And you have to ask yourself, well, come on, where on earth are people not trying to be more resilient? Where on earth are people not trying to live a more sustainable livelihood? Where on earth are we not trying to have a more circular economy where we preserve those things that we have in the interest of greater economic development and self-dependence? Issues like energy. The cost of electricity is high, but that is just grievance politics. Yes, the cost of electricity is high, but everybody in Barbados who has a home knows that government intervened in order to shield the public in terms of VAT relief so that you're paying less. And everybody knows we did the same thing at the petrol pump. But the larger issues must be, what are the alternatives? Renewable energy is the alternative put by the government, but the opposition does not engage in any substantive way on what they would do and how would they go about some of the challenges which we've had, like, for example, battery storage as a solution to serious energy production by renewable energy in this country. And that is an issue that has never been touched in this campaign, and I've listened to virtually all the speeches. So that what we have had is a band of happy warriors from the Democratic Labour Party who go out there and say things that they cannot sustain. They make charges about the Prime Minister being oppressive. Well, produce a shred of evidence about that. Otherwise, it is just an ad hominem and personal attack on the Prime Minister. You say that democracy is under threat in the country. Well, produce some evidence about that, because this is a country where, for example, we just passed a whistleblowers piece of legislation a couple of years ago. We have empowered you, when you see in the government workplace wrongdoing being done, to blow the whistle and to say that the minister or whoever else, the chairman of the board, whoever you've seen, you have evidence, and you can be shielded and protected so that you can't be victimized. This is something that never happened in Barbados before. So there's been a transformation of things in the Barbadian economy and society, and leadership in government must be about giving thought to these things and sharing the views. And I'm not sure that we've heard the Democratic Labour Party on any of these issues.
Okay, more particular to this election, Mr. Simmons. If there is indeed, by the end of the other 10 boxes, a low voter turnout, how do you interpret that, and what does that mean?
Well, I think that it may also mean that the unfortunate reality is, and I've seen that in some cases, where people have said, y'all got this covered, I ain't got to hurt my head. And that is part of it. There's a need for a serious democracy must have contest. And the government, unfortunately, does not have an opposition that people are taking seriously. And so if people come to the conclusion that y'all got this, then there's no need for me to really go out and do anything. So there will be those who will support, and I believe that the Barbados Labour Party's vote is holding. I think that is what I'm seeing already from the results coming in. But I also feel that there is a diminution or reduction of a sense of value in the opposition. And that, unfortunately, is starting to hurt the country more widely. Because people, as you probably have seen and heard on the call-in programs, people are becoming the opposition. People don't feel that there is a voice out there that represents anything substantive. And so therefore they have to be that voice for themselves. And we ourselves as a government spend a lot of time now second guessing and triple guessing, because we realize that not only are we now governing, but we must govern in a way that is trying to make sure that we are reflecting all the wide perspectives, that we can get it right. And that perhaps is why you see the Prime Minister paying so much attention to things like Parish Speaks, where every month we go out there and we sit down and we're hearing from people, because there's no parliamentary process in which serious ideas are being put out there. So we're now going to people in order to let that 1,000 thoughts contend. And it is unfortunate. I think that what we're seeing in Barbados really is that, again, the Democratic Labour Party has let down the country.
Thank you so much for joining, Mr. Simmons. Thank you so much. Okay, back to the studio, guys.
Very interesting comments coming there from Minister Kerry Simmons. What does the panel have to say about what they have heard?
I can start.
Dr. Hinds,
certainly.
yes.
Well, it is apparent that Chad Blackman is leading. For me, I prefer to look at the election in 2013 and 2008, those earlier elections, because I think 2018 and 2022 were strange elections for different reasons. 2022, COVID, 2018, this red wave, washout, 30-0, whatever we want to call it. But what is interesting to me is that the DLP has tended to be strong in SA3 and SA4. And what we are seeing, so that's both in 2013, 2008, even in 2003, when they didn't win any boxes, SA4 was able to gain 49.2% of the vote. And we don't see that. We don't see the strength in those two boxes where the DLP has tended to be strong. So there certainly is a weakening of this political party in the constituency, at least during this by-election.
Devaron?
I would have to echo what Dr. Hinds said. You have a circumstance, to correct you, Jamal, it's 26%, not 36% on average over the last three elections. 2022, it was 19%, 2018 was 13%, and 2013 was 45%. So on average, the DLP performed at 26% over the last three elections. But it seems as though Felicia Dujon will be underperforming that average. And I really think it's a reflection of the wider political party. And that is what I made mention of. We are 7, almost 8 years off of the Barbados Steel Party returning in 2018. The biggest defeat the Democratic Labour Party has had was 2018. But if we look back to the 1989 period, which would have been the second worst loss, 7 years on from then, Richard, you would know that the Democratic Labour Party was on the verge of winning a national election. 7 years on from 2018, you were there. 7 years on from 2018, you were seeing these types of performances. So the real question is what is the trajectory of the Democratic Labour Party going forward in the general election upcoming and those going forward? You would have had between 1989 to 2008, a 20-point swing over two elections. Right now, you're not even getting a half that. So chalk and cheese between the two periods, and it's really a very bad reflection of where the party is going from here on.
What I would say is that it means that there's certainly a wonderful opportunity for the party. The philosophy, I think, is sound, but it needs to be repackaged and perhaps made more relevant to modern times. You are correct when you speak about 1999. I could tell you personally, I lost by 1,127 votes. 4 years later, I was an MP. 9 years later, I was in cabinet. So the question to not only Felicia, but to the entire party is what meaningful lessons you can take from this exercise. And at the risk of sounding slightly repetitive, I still think there's a wonderful opportunity to those persons who are not participating in the process at all, who are in the majority, whether we want to hear that or not. You need to get after them. I dare to say a lot of those individuals are people who would be inclined to support the Democratic Labour Party. We have lost a lot of our support over the years, and we have to get after it. And I think that that would be the lesson, both at the constituency level, whether Felicia continues or another candidate comes in, and certainly at the national level as well. I think you need to be prepared to accept what signals are being sent and to go from there. There's opportunity, but you have to recognize what you need to do and to march forward from there. And that's how I see this result so far.
Yeah,
Jamal.
I probably set the bench a little too high when I said 36%, and thank you for the correction at 26%. I said at the start of this program, David, if the Democratic Labour Party is unable to move beyond that 26%, then something radical must happen if the Democratic Labour Party is to
Does it have the
reemerge as a
capacity to
citizen.
do so, though?
It's not just about financing. It is.
Not just
I know that
when I mention capacity, it's not financial capacity alone that I'm talking about.
capacity in what regard? Then you have to go a little deeper for me.
Organizational capacity,
Yeah.
The ability. First of all,
Yeah.
the Democratic Labour Party now has an image of a very disunited group that and ill-disciplined.
Let me
That's
say
how it
this to
comes
you.
across.
Any serious political party, and I'm not vying for any job here, must find a serious political consultant. The individuals whom Ralph Thorne is taking advice from clearly are colossal failures. And the harsh reality that we must confront is that when we look at this election result, this is worse than the by-election in St. George North. So Ralph Thorne is making Verla de Pisa look like a star. I mean, he's proven the point that Ron Haywood said in the beginning, that he is not capable of leading the Democratic Labour Party. He is, Errol Barrow was seen as the Barbados Labour Party used the term Moses in the regard for Grally Adam. But if, we had to make a juxtaposition of Errol Barrow being to some form of Moses, I cannot say that Ralph Thorne is no Joshua. That is the reality here. And the only referendum I heard Verla de Pisa said is a referendum on the government, is a referendum tonight on the Democratic Labour Party.
It was always going to be a referendum on both of them. And this referendum is positive for the Barbados Labour Party and negative for the Dems. And we are in a situation where, quite frankly, they seem incapable of being able to pull themselves together as a party. Now, what are the implications of that for the rest of the country? Because it's not just about them. I heard the discussion just now where there was this suggestion that the people, I think it was Kerry Simmons, saying that the people are now agitating to fight their own cause. With what possible consequences for the country?
This is an excellent question, David. And one of the things that I would like to focus on is the way in which the DLP under Ralph Thorne is attempting to piggyback on a platform which calls itself the People's
Loyal
Opposition
Loyal
or something like that.
Opposition.
And I believe that to be highly problematic because although there is a lot of viewership of this online show, we have to consider where these viewers are coming from and whether these viewers are people who are going to vote, first of all, and if they are people who are going to vote, are they going to vote in Barbados? So there's this piggybacking on a group of people, a lot of people in the diaspora in Barbados who believe they have to form their own opposition. And for a political party with the reputation of the DLP, they should be forming their own base rather than piggybacking on some disjointed group that are forming some kind of quasi-opposition. I don't know what it is. Some kind of movement
Pressure
to
group.
speak out on issues that they find to be important. And I think there is a very conservative bent in the leaning of this group. It lines up with this focus on morality, and I think it is out of sync with the socialist moorings, the Fabian socialist moorings of a Labour Party, which the DLP is. So there are a lot of things for the DLP to think about. I would give them a little bit more grace to say that this was always going to be an extremely difficult
And you said so from the very
constituency
beginning.
for them. This is like having a by-election in St. Thomas too and expecting miracles.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, I remember we had invited the Democratic Labour Party to be present in a discussion, and they were offensive. I mean, yes, I can say that. I mean, it was offensive. They didn't even return, call you back and say they weren't turning up. It was as if, it was so reminiscent of the last DLP administration. I would think that you would want to be distancing yourself from that kind of approach. And I mean, we may have from time to time all sorts of challenges with political parties. But when you are asking people to come and speak directly to the public, they make themselves available and they put the onus on you to treat them with respect.
I mean, David, I don't want this to be seen as some form of a political gangbang here with Richard. I know that he has been noble enough to come
Yes.
to the
But we're
table
not
to have
attacking
discussion,
him.
certainly. But, you know, if any advice can be given, I mean, certainly, I said from the beginning, look, I think they're a grouping of individuals within the Democratic Labour Party who have the ability to return. Let's look at what is happening in other places. You see the return of Kamala Passar in Trinidad and Tobago. You saw the return of Donald Trump. And these are individuals who had questions tabled about their character, about the way they governed. So the idea of morality had never been used to campaign for the Democratic Labour Party. And it leads me to the point that I think the leadership in its current state really needs to engage in introspection. You know, if we are going to see the reemergence, we first need to also recognize, as I said from the beginning, the messenger is important. The messenger is at the center of how people look at politics today. They want a personality. They want someone that they can relate to, a person that resonates, and that individual is not Ralph Thorne. Albeit to say that Ronnie Yearwood may not have been the ideal individual because there were questions about his ability to connect with the average man on the street. But, you know, I don't think that Ralph Thorne is in any better position. You know, the Democratic Labour Party on his leadership has seen this demigod syndrome, you know, this idea that I'm better in life. You do not walk through a constituency canvassing in a crispy white, you know, linen shirt as if you're going somewhere Royal Westmoreland, notwithstanding.
So does this kill his chances of running for anything, anywhere?
We don't even know where he's running.
Yeah, but that's true. He has to run somewhere.
Look, Errol Barrow, when he was the leader of the Democratic Labour Party, ran in a by-election in St. George North. He faced the electorate because he recognized that he had a profile, and that even though he lost that election in St. George North as the leader of the party, he stepped forward. Ralph Thorne used Felicia Dujon as a sacrificial lamb. The reality is I'm not knocking her. I thought that she was a decent candidate, but the constituency wasn't for hers. And I don't think we've examined even here the fact that Austin Husbands, who ran in the election in 2013 and 2008, wasn't included in this process at all.
I'm just curious as to what we are seeing, but we don't have a communication from anybody out in the field to suggest that there's any new announcement. Kevin, have you seen any new information, or do you have any a further assessment of what the trends are?
Well, at this point right now, versus 20, well, first I'd like to correct what I said initially. The BLP actually gained 79 votes in SA1, and basically the BLP is outperforming in SA1, 2, and 3, and only SA4 they've lost some 33 votes. The DLP, on the other hand, they've lost 22 in SA1, 23 in SA2, 8 in SA3, and 8 in SA4. But as it pertains to the overall total vote, SA1 has seen an increase. I've seen an increase to about 564, so that's give or take about 60 odd votes increase in 63 increase versus 2022. In SA2, there has been a slight decline in the overall vote from 453 last election to 443 in 2025. In SA3, there also has been a slight decline as well, 267 versus 262. And in SA4, there also has been a decrease from 318 overall to about 283 in 2025.
What does that tell you?
Well, what it basically says is that there has been an overall. It might likely be in line with what happened in last election, due to the overarching overperformance of SA1 prior to 2022 compared to the other bosses.
But if we look at the overall performance back in 2022, does that leave you with any room for rejoicing or room for regret?
Well, I mean, the truth is, at least from a Democratic Labour Party standpoint, SA1 and SA2 would have been their most challenging seats, the boxes they'd have to deal with at this point in time. Mm-hmm. But really and truly, the Barbados Labour Party, at least in the first 3 boxes, did what they were supposed to do. They've actually granted marginal in SA2 and 3. They've overperformed in SA1 exponentially. So they're pretty much holding in most of their seats and overperforming, whereas in SA4 there has seen some substantial drop in support.
The other political scientists looking at this.
Yes, I would say that for me this is somewhat problematic because, as I said, 2022 is one of these anomaly years. The voter turnout was quite low. We may have attributed some of this to the COVID-19 pandemic. There were people who were in quarantine, they couldn't vote, etc. If we are seeing numbers that are comparable to 2022, I am not in a political party, but as someone who has a concern about democracy in this country, this is a worrying sign, in particular if it is a signal for the rest of the country. So I would want to see some improvements in the turnout as we go on.
Explain why you're worried for democracy.
Because what we have is a small proportion of people selecting our government. Less than half of the population, those eligible to vote, are selecting the government, which then is making decisions for all of us. What is it that the other half, more than half of the population want from their government? What direction do they want to see the country go in? Why are they not engaging in this process? And if we continue in this direction, we really have some questions to ask about what we are doing in governance in Barbados.
How worried are you with this? You may very well have a lot to say about it next week when the Parliamentary Reform Commission matter comes before Parliament.
I'm hearing Dr. Kristina, and I'm agreeing to a point. Mm-hmm. But the truth is, the reality is that the Barbados Labour Party support is not the one that's declining. If there is a question to be asked, it has to be asked to the Democratic Labour Party. Let me explain why I say that. In 2003, the Barbados Labour Party got 2,458 votes. In 2008, the Barbados Steel Party got 2,177 votes. In 2013, the Barbados Steel Party was able to get 2,558 votes. And in the last election, the Barbados Steel Party was able to get, well, no, in 2018, which is 3,000 and something, but that was an anomaly of a year. And then in the last election, 2,536 votes. We are on course for those kind of numbers. This democracy that concerns you is the fact that the Democratic Labour Party is not bringing out any votes. If the Democratic Labour Party vote goes up, automatically the voter turnout goes up. The Barbados Labour Party votes are holding constant. And so my point is, when we keep talking about this idea that democracy is under threat, I have to respectfully disagree. This is the most democratic process. And that the fact is that the Democratic Labour Party supporters or persons who may be neutral find no basis on which to go and vote for the Democratic Labour Party. That is their democratic right. I do not think it is an issue of our democracy, but it really means that the Democratic Labour Party has to look within itself and ask itself, why can I not even get my supporters to come out and support me? That is the fundamental question. But to equate it with some regression in democracy in Barbados would be an incomplete assessment. And
I really don't agree. I don't agree.
Let me just finish. Just take a pin because there's some results here. I see SB 188, Blackman 162, Dujon 35. You have that already?
Yeah, I was just adding that.
Okay, so you proceed and share the information with us when you're ready.
Okay.
Now, and I'm being told that about 10 boxes have now been counted. Yes.
The only reason I'm saying that I don't agree is that this is a country in which people really valued at one point their vote. So they would not just stay home and decide not to vote. So when I say that we have a problem with democracy, I am not concerned with if the BLP can hold on to their vote and if the DLP can't hold on to theirs. My concern is civic responsibility. And where are we as a society when people believe they have two options? Vote for the DLP or do not participate in elections. So what does that say to us about the value people place on elections? By not going to vote, what you are doing, if you are a DLP supporter, is you are still handing the BLP this seat. And even if the supporters show up from the DLP and they don't like the candidate is going to lose, because this is not a constituency that has the DLP support that will carry it. So the fact that they're opting not to, it says something about the DLP, but it also says something about where we are, that people do not think there is sufficient value in getting up, inconveniencing themselves, standing up in line, and placing an X next to their candidate who is still going to lose.
Just very quickly, I'm agreeing with your diagnosis. I'm disagreeing with your prognosis. The fact is that is not a question of democracy. Democracy is essentially the right to choose. Human freedom fundamentally is people's capacity to be able to choose. That's what human development is. The measurement of development is, in this context, do I have the freedom to choose? If I choose not to go and vote, that is my democratic right. I'm saying to you that I cannot agree that it becomes a question of democracy. And let me tell you why I say that.
The quality of
the quality of the democracy, yes. You can conclude that it is the...
So it's a rickety democracy. We don't want that. I don't want that.
Listen, this idea too, because I think it's dangerous and people have used it. The Democratic Labour Party has been using it in a way to suggest that Barbados is now a one-party state. And I've heard this argument, you must have heard it, you're on the calling program, Barbados is a one-party state, you know, giving people the impression, me as a dictator. And I want to be able to say very clearly that those ideas, when combined, are very dangerous, simply because I do not think Barbados is a one-party state. I do not think our democracy is under threat. But that fundamentally, if tomorrow the Democratic Labour Party were to find a leader of value, create messaging that made sense, re-engage the public, the democracy in itself, the process, the procedures, the capacity to be able to vote, none of that changes. But people's desire to want to vote change. And to me, that is why it's not a question of democracy. Now, I might conclude that as a result of this democratic process, there's a need for persons to do some serious self-reflection. But I cannot accept, honestly, I cannot accept it, and I cannot allow it to go and challenge that Barbados is less democratic today. Because if you say it's an issue of democracy, people might want to conclude that Barbados is less democratic today than it was a few years ago, and I do not agree.
Yeah, well, we're going to disagree, because I
So,
think that's a
let me get
view.
some views here from Jamal. I'll come to you shortly. Jamal and Devaron. Devaron?
What I would add here is that I would not extrapolate too much from the St. George North, rather St. James North by-election. If you look at by-elections across the region, if you look at local government elections, if you look at referendum, those are off-season type of engagements. And what we're missing in this discussion is campaigning. So when we look at national campaigns, the stakes are higher. The emotions are higher, the engagement is higher, the spending is higher. And I think we have to be honest about the fact that we often get high turnout and due to the spending in certain districts, in certain areas, in certain constituencies, vote buying exists. Particularly if you look at the male vote. And when you look at the youth vote, those demographics tend to, you have to do more work to get those individuals out. So it's not as though people are voting because they feel that our democracy is under threat, or they're voting because they love the personalities or what's not. They're voting because of the patronage. They're voting because of the realities of what we call bread and biscuit politics. That is still the reality in many ways, and that reality drives up our voting turnout in many instances, particularly during national elections. So I think we have to consider the nature of campaigning and the culture of campaigning and how that impacts on turnout. And off seasons, we can't extrapolate too much. Let's wait on the general election to come to these conclusions as to whether there is an increase or an actual decrease.
Well, that's not even true for Barbados, though, Devaron. Because if you look at by-elections in Barbados, voter turnout is generally quite good. I mean, there are fluctuations, but our by-elections tend to have good voter turnout. So I don't know if we're seeing a shift in general, but Barbados has not been the same as some other places where we see low turnout in by-elections. So I do think, yes, we have to be aware that it is a single constituency, but we also have to not be complacent about, I'm not talking about people's freedoms. I'm talking about the quality of democracy. And when we talk about things we are seeing in society, the values that people have, which you in your ministry, Mr. Minister, we're talking about social capital. These are very important values. And if we are coming to a place where your vote is about a transaction, what can I get from this? I ain't getting nothing from this because the BLP is going to get in regardless. That sends some signals about some of the weaknesses in this country, and it's not just about voting. It can be connected now to the crime and the violence and all kinds of things that we see as problematic if we just reduce elections to, well, I could choose to go or don't go. That's my democratic right. That's the lowest common denominator that we can agree to when we're talking about a democracy.
Jamal. I also think it is also looking at democracy in a single lens. I mean, the harsh reality, there's the look of the integrity of democracy and the quality of democracy. I think when we look at inclusion, looking at integrity versus inclusion, I think that's where the debate really is at at this point. So I think the quality of our democracy at this stage is really challenged by the mere fact that people do not feel inclined to participate, and the quality now deteriorates from a perspective of looking at saying, hey, I feel that if I go out, I can make a difference, I can make a change in society. Now that leads to another point, the value in participation, and I think that's something that's worth being further dissected to recognize or to realize what the challenge there may be.
Richard Seeley?
Yeah, certainly. I understand what Dr. Hinds is saying. You can't just look at the bald numbers, the plurality. If you look at the increasing the numbers on the voters list, substantial number, 812, that will show you that the percentage has actually decreased slightly. And as I understand, and it's a legitimate point, it was the point I was making earlier about the voter turnout and the fact that it is lower. I agree, the Democratic Labour Party has more work to do in that department, but the BLP also has work to do as well. Agreed, but we are supposed to have more work to do because that's why we are in opposition. And my own position is, as I said, that there's still a wonderful opportunity. Those persons who are not involved in the process in terms of trying to unpack why they don't want to participate. And certainly, yes, the Democratic Party has more work to do than our counterpart. They're clearly succeeding, but that we need to get that right. I'm unaware of any official or unofficial position postured by the Democratic Labour Party, DLP, about Barbados becoming a one-party state. One-party states are where it is illegal to be a member of another party. And I can look straight in this camera and say, anytime Barbados becomes a one-party state, Richard Seeley is going to jail. Okay? Simple as that.
So,
if you don't have a one-party state.
Kevin, I want to hear what you have there in terms of the total swing. All the boxes are in now?
Not yet. We still are waiting for SC1, SD1, and SE1. But thus far, don't turn to my camera yet, to my thing yet. But so far, totally, the 2022 as of this point for the first few boxes would have been 2,094, and as it stands currently, it is now 2,206. So it actually has been an increase thus far for these first few boxes versus 2022. Partially attributable to the increases that the Labour Party has made thus far in SA1 and particularly now SB2. We haven't touched on SB2 as yet, but the Labour Party in SB1 would have had 275 votes versus 35 for the Democratic Labour Party. And in SB2, the BLP would have had 292 when the DLP had 25. Now, the support increase or decrease, the BLP would have increased 35 votes in SB1 versus 2022, and the DLP would have lost 27 in the same box in SB1. In SB2, the BLP would have gained 77 votes, whereas the DLP would have lost 16.
I think it's fair to say that the Democratic Party has lost support in every box.
Pretty much.
If you look, and the BLP, apart from maybe one or two boxes, the BLP has gained support in these boxes.
That's correct.
And that's the point I made from the time I came. Let's wait until the votes come in before we start casting judgment about the nature of how the night is going to play out. It was always my view, having canvassed SA3, the way canvass SA3, that it would have been difficult for the turnout to be the same, only because I knew I could not, unless the population of SA3 wasn't being honest, and I felt them to be very honest people, I couldn't find the Democratic Labour Party support. That's the truth.
Individual boxes.
And so what we're seeing here, I think, is a wider reflection in relation to how the people see the Labour Party. And 2 points. One, I never said the Democratic Labour Party was a person saying that there's a one-party state. I'm just saying people have said Barbados. one. And two, this referendum on the Labour Party and on the leadership of Mia Motley. Because time and time again, almost every platform speech by the Democratic Labour Party attacking Ms. Motley, attacking the Prime Minister, attacking the Prime Minister. Oh, the Prime Minister travels. You know, why does she want to have a relationship with Africa? I can't even believe it. Why would she want to have a relationship with Africa? Wait a second.
Which meetings were you at? I was at meetings. I don't recall this constant attack on Motley.
Well, you were probably too busy making huffs and puffing sounds to listen.
No.
You were probably a little too busy making huff and puffing sounds. But at the end of the day,
you're building up a straw man to knock down. Okay, make your point, but don't allude to the DLP meeting.
Your skin is very thin tonight. Okay. Your skin is very thin.
It's not about thin skin.
Will you allow me to make my point?
Make your point.
You can't tell me how to make the point. Your skin is
gentlemen, you can't be less
gentlemen, please.
You know, again, whenever I get to mention Ms. Motley and the fact that her leadership, I think, is a big part of what we're saying tonight, it always troubles the Democratic Labour Party.
No one is troubled. I was just correcting you. You want to praise Ms. Motley.
You're not troubled, but would you please... Whenever you mention Ms. Motley and her leadership, this is the behavior of the Democratic Labour Party. But I'm saying the question was, is this going to be a referendum on the Barbados Steel Party and the way we've governed the country? The question is, if that is the question that the Democratic Labour Party asked, St. James North has answered that question unequivocally. The question has been asked and it has been answered. And it therefore says to me that people still find some comfort and they find some direction in Mia Motley that they feel would allow Barbados to be better off under that leadership than any leadership that the Democratic Labour Party has offered in the last few years. It wasn't me who made it the referendum. That came from the Democratic Labour Party. So if it is that you want to know, say it's not a referendum, say so. But at the end of the day, these numbers speak for themselves.
Devaron Bruce. Devaron Bruce, please.
Where are you living?
I really think it was a
government
strategic blunder on the Democratic Labour Party. So I have to agree with Kurt. It's a strategic blunder because they've heard the narrative about service over celebrity. And the reality is that likability matters in politics. If you're talking about celebrity, that really translates to likability when you're doing polling. For instance, you ask whether the political leader is liked or not. So the idea that you should attack likability as opposed to embrace it and become likable yourself in politics is a very strange thing to me. It really is.
All I'm saying to you, you can't take platform banter from either the two parties and equate that to party policy.
Can I ask this question?
That's all I'm saying.
What does this imply for the timing of general elections?
If a general election is called tomorrow, by all indications, the Barbados Labour Party will win handsomely. And let me say this: I don't want to be considered no prophet or no Orisha man or anything like that. You know,
here's the Prime Minister. I expect that we will hear something from her shortly. But I think she's. I'm not so sure where she is. If she's at the school or if she is at the constituency office.
That's Carlton.
Carlton, right. But we have a situation there where I think Ronnie Clark is waiting to hear from her soon. Yes.
Yeah, David, look, the harsh reality is that Mia Motley isn't only the best choice in the eyes of Barbadians right now. She's the only choice. And I know as much as we would like to discuss the idea of democracy and, people having the ability to choose, yes, that is a real thing. But if you had to put Prime Minister Motley and the Leader of the Opposition side by side and make a choice, it is not a debate. Prime Minister Motley is favorable in the eyes of majority of Barbadians and Caribbean people. The only way the Democratic Labour Party is going to will be able to make any sort of impact is if they change the current leadership. I don't know why we're having this long wash panel debate on this matter, because the harsh reality is if we add 1 + 1, you can only get 2. But the Democratic Labour Party is adding 1 and 1 and getting 7 and 12 and all sorts of stuff. Well, in certain instances, they're not getting that amount of
Richard
votes.
Seeley, you need to respond.
Jamal, well, what I would say, Jamal, is you're debating it. I mean, as far as I was aware, today a by-election occurred in one constituency.
Correct.
Win, lose, or draw for either candidate. Tomorrow, the exact same government would be in office. Correct. The exact same prime minister you're referring to. Those issues certainly need to be looked at, and urgently, because you don't know when a general election will be called. But let's say, Ms. Dujon won the seat. Everything would have still continued as normal. Having said that, I understand. The by-election, some people apparently posited the idea there's this massive referendum. I don't know so much about that.
Yeah.
But I'm fine.
Yeah.
That's one person on a platform. I'm simply saying that these issues of leadership certainly have to be dealt with. They always have to be dealt with. But I don't think it is fair to simply say that the by-election is a place where that matter can be unpacked and solved and settled.
Yeah.
Okay. But so I'm not saying don't have a point, but I'm saying don't let's lose track of what was really taking
But I
place
think
here.
the other thing, Richard, that we have to look at is that the style of campaigning, David, you pointed out to a few things, being data-driven. The Democratic Labour Party, it's not only just about look and feel. The Democratic Labour Party doesn't canvass with data. The Barbados Labour Party has all these fancy apps and stuff like that, and it's not about money, because from 2013, the Barbados Labour Party has been a more organized political institution in the way that they conduct their campaigning. So you have data to be able to examine what even the Electoral Boundaries Commission doesn't have. Who is employed, who's unemployed, whether they have a university degree or they don't have. And you're shaking your head because I know that this is the reality. This is where political parties in even third world countries are going. But the Democratic Labour Party doesn't have this information. And you cannot seriously mobilize any. This is a mobilization problem here.
Yes, it is.
This is a serious get out the vote campaign problem. Let's take a look seriously at SA3 and SA4. Let's go back further to, this is Roadview, and this is Ashton Hall. This is the box, particularly in Ashton Hall, that caused Owen Arthur to actually lose in the first instance the election against Sybil Leacock. This is a traditional Democratic Labour Party stronghold. And I mean, Richard, for me, it is not a case that I'm shifting the blame to you specifically, because I know that you're here representing the party. But, when I have to come back to a leader, and I know I may sound like I'm flogging a dead horse on the matter, but political parties, the first person you see is a leader. It is a maximum leader concept that you look to say, look, I am voting. People didn't vote for Chad Blackman alone. They voted for Mia Motley.
Just let me remind you that this road to Parliament is brought to you with the kind compliments of Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall serving you to make your shopping pleasurable. And Julie's Party Rentals, one call does it all. Now, we're standing by to hear from Ronnie Clark, I believe, who is, I suspect, lining up with other reporters out there to hear from Prime Minister Mia Motley. I did raise the question. Yes, Kevon, you have some information?
I just wanted to share the total vote versus the total vote currently.
Yeah.
As it stands currently, the Barbados Labour Party would have around 1,184 total votes versus the Democratic Labour Party's versus the Democratic Labour parties. Give me a second. Versus the Democratic Labour parties, 279. So at this point in time, the Labour Party would have netted plus 166 votes, and the DLP would have lost 104 votes thus far. This is from.
How many more boxes to come in now?
So at this point, we would have had the results for. At this point, we would have had the results for SA 1, 2, 3, 4, and SB 1 and 2. So we're missing SC 1, SD 1, and SE 1. So 3 boxes left. Three
boxes.
Districts left.
Okay.
What I would make mention of, and this is a little more on a national level, we've had, I think, about 15 national elections since independence. And there's only one instance where a political party was able to gain support, and that was in 1999 under Arthur. The idea that you are seeing 7 years on a political party gaining support, where the standard has always been governments lose support over time, is a real indictment on the Democratic Labour Party. You're creating history in a way that you ought not to be at this point. So unless you wake up to that reality, and I think you're really suffering from, in essence, the Frondel Stewart type of thinking.
We're going to Philippe, Amy. He's at the Gordon Greenwich Primary School. Yes, Philippe? Do come in. Philippe, we are seeing you. We want to hear you.
My apologies. We were just having some technical difficulties. My apologies. Yeah, so the Prime Minister has just arrived along with Chad Blackman, Santia Bradshaw. They've all arrived to show their support. We're here, like I told you earlier, at Gordon Greenwich Primary. There's 6 boxes remaining. And in all of the boxes that you've heard so far, if you just look on this board, this is where the returning officer, Leonard Walters, he's just coming to us at intervals and giving us this information. Chad is leading. You guys know that already. There's 6 boxes, like I said, remaining. And we're going to stand by for an interview with Chad Blackman along with the Prime Minister shortly. They've just arrived, and she's actually currently at this present point in time just checking some results, doing a review of what has been reviewed so far here at the Counting Center. So I'm going to get back to you guys in just about 10 to 15 minutes with possibly the remainder of the results here at Gordon Greenwich Primary.
Okay, thank you.
So we're saying, in essence, I recall a statement that the former Prime Minister Frondel Stewart made in 2013 when he said that polls don't vote. And although he's correct, polls don't vote, it just showed a disregard for numbers. It showed a disregard for what was happening. It showed a disregard for the fact that the DLP was losing support, and they've turned a blind eye to the realities of what was happening to them. So it seems that that type of thinking and that type of philosophy still exists as it relates to these matters. The DLP feels as though it can come and tell a story to Barbadians. Kurt mentioned the negativity, for instance, curse the BLP and Barbadians will put you back into office. It's just a very odd approach to politics, and is one that has to change. I made mention of competence and confidence, and I think that is where they have to take the discussion. Right now, we're seeing a Democratic Labour Party who's waiting to win, not creating wins, waiting to win, waiting for the public to get tired of the Mayor Mali administration, when we're seeing they're gaining support. I mean, the night is not over, but you can't continue to sit around and wait to win. And I think it's a very sad reality that the party finds itself in.
I also want to attribute the performance of the lack thereof of the Democratic Labour Party to the candidate that they selected for this election. I don't think that Felicia Dujon was the right individual to contest election.
Who would have been a better candidate?
Look, the reality is we know that Charles Worrell, I believe his name is, was actually doing work in this constituency up to March. It is common knowledge that any individual who is familiar with the constituency already would actually, it's a likelihood of them performing better than a new candidate. And that is something that is standard across elections. I think also that the Democratic Labour Party chose a candidate who wasn't relatable to the electorate in St. James North. Look, I would have also if you couldn't find an individual who had connections to the constituency, because I recognize that sometimes, there's a precedent that, a person from a constituency doesn't necessarily win or do well all the time. But what I would say is that you had to look at other options. I threw this name out here before. There's Harry Husbands Jr., the son of Austin Husbands. Harry Husbands, it has face and name recognition in the constituency. He has somewhat of a national profile, but I also think the Democratic Labour Party used Felicia Dujon as a scapegoat to repair their image and how they treat women. You can't just decide to say, hey, let me slap this on the wall and hope it sticks. That is one of the fundamental challenges here. So it causes the engine room of the Democratic Labour Party to once again, reevaluate. And I'm sorry to say that this is something that we said in 2022. We said this in 2020 after the St. George North by-election. We said this in 2018. I don't know how many more times we have to say this, but I want to add this one more thing. If we look at the end of the day at the performance of the Democratic Labour Party, we also have to be very concerned about what their election slate looks like presently based on the individuals they've presented so far and what this indication suggests to us. Correct. A sensible Democratic Labour Party would wipe the slate clean again. And I must also suggest that another political strategist has tabled the idea that the Democratic Labour Party need to change the constitution to actually have an opposition leader and a political leader who is elected by the membership of the party, and they need to go to this direction sooner rather than later, because the political leader in its current state is Ralph Thorne. According to the constitution, if he remains the only person in parliament, he is the political leader going into election, and he cannot do that. That is disastrous, completely disastrous. And as far as I'm concerned, there's conference in August, a couple months from now. I would hope that a resolution is tabled, Richard. I don't know if your branch will bring it to separate it.
Applying for the job of political consultant for the Democratic Party.
No. I'm giving free advice. I don't usually give free advice.
And you have your psephologist right here waiting for you.
In the sake of democracy, I have to give some free advice here tonight.
Yeah. But you are a political consultant and available for hire. You never know.
I would like to say something here, David, because Jamal raised the point about raising the image of women and their treatment of women. And I'm going to say that if you study women in politics as well as young people, political parties that are not serious about women and young people put them in unwinnable seats. To say that we got some women, we got some young people, but you are not investing in them. If you want to invest in them, put them someplace where there is an opportunity, there is a real opportunity to win. That is a sign that you are taking women and young people seriously in your party. If we look at the last general election, who ran against Prime Minister Motley? A huge personality. Who did the DLP put? A young person. Why are you going to do that if you are serious about investing in this person for the future? So it's not enough to just say, well, look, we run a woman. If you are serious about investing, women, young people, put them in places where they can have the support to be successful. Don't put them in a constituency where they can get washed off.
Let me ask this question.
Having said that, just very quickly, David, but having said that, strongholds, traditionally, both parties, you do look for someone who has more time ahead of them so they can take a loss and still build and come back again. And I think it's fair to say that both parties have taken that kind of approach. We did put young people in very winnable seats. I mean, you look at that slate from last election, only 4 of 30 had cabinet experience. The party had moved on. 26 with no cabinet experience. And I think that was, I'm not saying all were perfect choices, but you can't say that we haven't moved on and given the young people a chance. Yeah. The other thing is, just one very small point I think is important to say. the Democratic Labour Party has done a lot for women in this country. We appointed not one, but 2 governors general that were female. A misogynistic party would never do that. We also pass all kinds of legislation, including domestic violence legislation, which we came back and amended. A misogynistic party would not do that. And we can go back to the early days of the women in the workplace that allowed, as a right, you were entitled to maternity leave. A misogynistic party would never do that. Can we do more for women? Sure. But just to say that the party has a problem with women is just not factually correct. The record doesn't say that. But granted, as I said earlier, I know you probably didn't listen to me, the philosophy needs to be packaged in something modern going forward if you're going to appeal to the electorate.
Okay, I think we're going to go across to Philippe Aimé because we have the Prime Minister and Chad Blackman on standby as well. He's not ready just yet, but he says just hold on for a few more minutes. Yes?
Look, David, you know, I may get some lashes for saying this, but it is not only including young people and women, it is the quality of young people and women too. You can't just pick up anybody off the street and expect them to become a politician. That is the reality. Richard would tell you that prior to 2008, there was this entry of young people like Richard himself, a young engineer, the great nephew of Winter Crawford. You know, you had individuals coming into the party. At that time, Richard, Kerry Simmons was a part of the party at that time. You had a young Donville Innes as well involved in politics at the time. There were younger individuals in the Democratic Labour Party. I don't want to use the word pedigree, but I was more so use the word that they had an academic profile. They had some level of people relatability, and that's what the Barbados Labour Party did in 2018. They found a Kurt Humphrey, they found a Marsha Caddo. The Labour Party is doing the same thing again. They're introducing a Chad Blackman. I think the Barbados Labour Party is looking to the future.
Call some other names too.
Well,
Pedigree.
Well, as much as we took that position,
both parties are struggling. For quality candidates.
But I can't say that, because if you look at the slate of the Democratic Labour Party, what they've presented now, some of these candidates could not even run for a PTA or a parochial church council election. That is something that we need to face.
Why is that, though? Is it implying that there's something wrong with their selection process?
Look and feel is something that any good political consultant will tell you. It's Remilia Course 101.
I want to suggest that Jamal should accept the offer, become the
No, I'm not, I chose not to become involved
because I seriously speaking, if we really want to start to compare character where candidates are concerned, we don't want to go down that road. Honestly, I don't think that we should. I'm just saying.
From the comment though that both parties are struggling for quality candidates. I allowed you to have your say. I mean, give enough rope to hang yourself. But because you're basically saying that you admit that your candidates are poor quality. But let me just say,
that's not what I said.
You're admitting what I said. If you're saying both parties are struggling to find quality candidates, I don't have to put words in your mouth.
Specifically to the questions.
I realize that you're not allowing anybody to speak.
But you cannot reword my words.
I don't want to.
Yes.
No, I don't want to.
Yes, Kurt, you were saying.
Yes.
The words that were said was that both parties are struggling to find quality candidates. And I'm dissociating myself from that immediately with the greatest intensity. The Democratic Labour Party, by Richard Seeley's admission, clearly is struggling to find quality candidates.
I didn't say that.
But the Barbados Labour Party is not struggling to find quality candidates. In fact, we are very proud of the candidates that we've put forward. And we are very happy with the fact that the Barbadian populace has also found something in our candidates that has allowed us to win 30 seats twice, and that they've seen some value in the candidate that we put forward in St. James North, who I think is an outstanding candidate by any measure, and has allowed him to perform the way that he has tonight. But if you think that both parties are putting forward candidates that are not good enough quality, that is an issue only for the Democratic Labour Party, to be owned by the Democratic Labour Party, to be claimed by the Democratic Labour Party. to be swallowed and dealt with by the Democratic Labour Party. But
You
don't
know,
put the Labour Party in that.
One of the things that I have heard a lot of, somebody is speaking there, and I'm not so sure who it is, but is Philippe Amy ready for us?
From the remaining seats.
I don't get the impression that he's ready, but somebody is speaking, and we should be in a position to hear. I believe that is the returning officer, the final results.
205 votes. Dujon scored 25, Mitchell 1, and Williams 0. No spot. For box SC1 I to Z, Blackman scored 172, Dujon scored 36, Mitchell 1, and Williams 0. There was one spot in that box. For box SD1 A to I, Blackman scored 134, Dujon scored 41, Williams 1, Mitchell 1, Williams 3. There were 4 rejected. For box SD1 J to Z, Blackman 122, Dujon 36, Mitchell 0, Williams 3. One spot in that box. For box SE1 A to H, Blackman scored 96, Dujon scored 12, Mitchell scored 0, Williams scored 0. There was one spot. Final box SE1 I to Z, Blackman scored 110, Dujon scored 16, Mitchell 0, Williams 1. One spot in that box. I'll now give you the totals as calculated by my team. And make the final closure of this process. The results of the poll held for the election of a member to serve in the House of Assembly for the constituency of St. James North is as follows. Mr. Blackman, Chad Blackman, scored 2,724 votes. 2,723 votes. 723 votes. Ms. Felicia Dujon scored 468 votes. Mr. Alex Mitchell scored 7 votes. And Ms. Stefanie Williams scored 21 votes. For a total of 3,231 votes. There were 12 spots in total. The total number of votes polled for all the constituencies was therefore 3,231. I therefore declare that Mr. Alex Blackman, Chad Blackman, I therefore declare that Mr. Chad Blackman to be elected and to be duly chosen representative for the constituency
With a resounding victory securing the St. James North constituency. From St.
When they're ready, come. Yes.
Congratulations, Chad.
Congratulations, Chad. Thank you very much. Let me first thank God for allowing us to reach it. It has been a long journey in coming. Of course, not just the election that we've just concluded over the last 3 weeks, but a journey which started last year. And I thank God because He gave me strength, He gave the team strength, but ultimately He allowed for people of St. James North to see it fit to them as their parliamentary representative. And of course, I also want to thank my parents, my family, and of course the two Barbados Steel Party who have continued to be an anchor to the Prime Minister, General Secretary of the party, the President, a campaign manager, and the campaign team. I owe it all to them. But this is really a victory for the people of St. James North. This by-election has been one that has been fought on ensuring that people understand why now Chad Blackman. The platform was anchored on the idea that in order to serve people, you must bring tangible programs to them. But I didn't just start there. Of course, I had predecessors, and I want to take the opportunity to thank Ed, who I know take over from. He has been a mentor. He has been there to guide me. And last year, when I first came back from Europe into Barbados, every single Sunday, this man took me around and introduced me to the people of St. James North. And I see this as, yes, a victory, and now the real hard work begins. I've made a lot of commitment to the people of St. James North, to the public, of course, of Barbados, and it's really now to get on to the business of work. Last night I said, knowing our Prime Minister, once sworn in, there's no room for taking a break off. But even though it's a marriage, there's no honeymoon. And therefore, tomorrow starts, of course, work. And I also want to say thoughts about it. So much is given, much is expected. For example, even on Friday afternoon, I have my first constituency clinic for the people of St. James North to be able to come and say what they have to say, the issues, etc. Because why? As I said, things must now go into motion. But this is a long journey, and this is a commitment for me to ensure that I can give of my best to the people of this constituency as long as I have breath. I really want to thank everybody.
Minister, you're now a member of Parliament, not a senator. What will get your attention first as an MP?
Well, the first thing, as I said, the initiative, the great initiative, focusing on the elderly, because why? In order for us to go forward, there has to be a sense of looking back and tapping into the intellect and the ideas and the experience that our elderly have. Once we can anchor that, the second thing then would be the agricultural initiative very, very shortly. Because why? In order for us to really move forward as a community, food, I still tremendously over the period of the campaign. We must ensure that food security is now anchored at the constituency level, the focus on national development. And therefore getting our farmers to now move in a direction that allows for them to maximize what they're already doing, but building out that capacity. Already we've had a number of consultations last week and this week for farmers. So the thing is already started. So we're going to officially launch it at the end of this month so that people can understand where we're going.
Yeah, I mean, what more did you learn from this campaign?
A number of things. So I wouldn't say most, but one of the things that stood out for me is that the people of St. James North are very, very warm people. Last year when I first came, they opened their doors, their houses to me. It also allowed for me to know that people want someone who they can rely on, someone who is accessible to them, and someone who will simply do what is said that they do. The commitment is key. And that has anchored. And it's one of the reasons why I've taken the campaign so seriously. People have said, Chad, we will give you the vote, but we expect you to deliver on what you promised.
For me, whilst of course this is a model celebration, it's sobering to the point where I'm already thinking, what is my next step? So I'm so happy, Trevor, that you asked that question because the team is already starting to mobilize what's next. What are your emotions now? How are you feeling now? Finally, it's a bit unreal, I must tell you. I've had many achievements in life, but this by far, something. Because to serve people is one thing, but to be able to persuade them that you are the person that can be their representative, thought up, elected you, I can't express it.
What was the high point you think of your entire exercise? The high point, if you had to put your hand on any one thing, what would it be?
I think it would be today, people coming out and placing their vote. Persons were saying to me, Chad, you got this in the bag. And the Prime Minister always said, you ain't got it in the bag to the place those votes in the ballot box. And to see people coming to the polls, young persons, first time voters, allowed for me to know people have confidence in you. But again, when people put confidence in you, you have to deliver. And as I said, whilst this is it's very rewarding, it's also sobering because it means the expectation is high, and I have to deliver for the people. The second part of it is that people expect now a new level of representation across Barbados, and this is the party that is doing so. The Labour Party, of course, continues to be a party rooted in labour, party rooted in ensuring that people can have a better quality of life. And my team, all of us, I am junior to this. So we've had the council of senior ministers, members of parliament, and they've said to me, Chad, you can do this. This is what you can do. Here's things that perhaps you should consider. So you see me tonight as the elected MP for St. James North, but it wasn't just me that got here. It was everybody's effort that got me here. So that's the point I really want to want up. This is not a victory for Chad. It's a victory for the people of St. James North. And the Team Barbados Labour Party continues to resonate with our people, notwithstanding the challenges globally, notwithstanding the challenges regionally. This country is in safe hands with the Barbados Steel Works.
Mr. Prime Minister.
Good evening, Prime Minister. You're smiling. What can you say about this entire process to us now that it's done and Mr. Blackman has been victorious?
First of all, we're very happy in the Barbados Steel Party that the people of St. James North have spoken resoundingly. Chad has gotten 84% of the vote. It is an extraordinary performance for a first-time candidate. I think that a point was being made earlier by that typically when you see that kind of performance, it's usually regrettably at the instance someone was passed. But as you can see, Wilkinson is very much alive to my right. So that this has been an extraordinary performance. It was not the Barbados Labour Party who first asserted that this was a referendum on the government's performance. It was the Democratic Labour Party who asserted that. And the people of St. James North have spoken resoundingly, not just in favor of Chad, but Chad as the representative of the Barbados Steel Works in this constituency. This is not to say that the government is perfect. I've said over and over, we are not perfect. In fact, the challenges that we've had since coming to office, I never imagined in May 2018 that the challenges that we would face would go beyond the immediate economic and debt-related challenges that we inherited from the last decade. But the world in which we live is regrettably too much like 100 years ago in every respect, and the instability, and it is compounded by the reality of the climate. Night after night, you would have heard Santia make the point as well, that the roads that we have, we judge ourselves harshly as a party, and rightfully so. But the reality is that there was a deficit that we came in terms of road construction, and it was is compounded by the convection rain, the intensity of the rain that we're facing, that a lot of our roads were never built to these standards. So it is placing an inordinate burden on us all. I think that this election also speaks very clearly to the continued politics of grievance and misery and complaints. And don't get me wrong, an opposition has a right to make criticism of a government. But when all you do is to criticize, attack, vilify, and in many instances borderline libel and defamation, then you have to begin to ask yourself, are you really listening to the people? This Barbados Labour Party government, when on the, and I will never forget it, when the cabinet was sworn in on the 27th of May, 2018, next week will be 7 years, I promised this country that the confidence that they reposed in our government would not be abused. It has been a disheartening thing for me that while we have given everyone the fullest opportunity to be able to speak, while we have reduced the powers of the Prime Minister and the appointment of the head of state and the appointment of judges and a number of other things, that we continue to have this rhetoric because we now live in a world of fake news. And this thing here, because this now goes to what I call nowcasting, they believe that anything can go without having to be rooted in truth. I hope, I pray for this country that we will come to understand that there is wisdom in being rooted in facts and truth, and that there ought to be an engagement with the people that reflects hope. Yes, there are challenging times. We know the water rough. We know the waves rough up there, not just regionally, nationally, but globally. And there's some serious challenges that as a country we must come together with. And I hope that sober reflection will cause the Democratic Labour Party to come on board with us in solving these national issues. The first one of which relates to educational transformation, the second of which relates to crime. And we are not unique in this country. CARICOM has established, or is establishing in completion now, the CARICOM Educational Transformation Commission. Why? Because other countries are facing the same problems. Similarly, the George Bridge Declaration with respect to crime is largely as a result because other countries are facing worse problems in the region than we are with respect to crime. So I hope that this has given us pause on both sides. I am one that wants to say always to my colleagues, we must listen, we must learn, and we must lead. And if we listen and we learn and we lead and we remain rooted, we remain humble, I believe that we will continue to enjoy the confidence of the Barbadian people. Barbados does not live on Mars, it lives on Earth. On Earth, there have been cost of living issues, there have been supply disruption issues, there's been COVID, there are now geopolitical issues, there's no war. But for the most part, we've managed to keep this country literally insulated from the worst aspects of those things. And I believe that Chad Blackman, and I must tell you that in this campaign, I got a healthy set of respect and confidence for the manner in which the young socialists of the Barbados Labour Party comported themselves. Even before I saw the election, they were on the ground canvassing. Chad, you and I met them up long before anybody said to them, come to the table. And that is why I insisted on giving them a platform so that Barbadians could see why we are proud in them and that there's a future for this party with them, in the same way that Barbadians can see why I asked this gentleman to come home within 48 hours from Jamaica. It was a conversation, a difficult one that I had with the Director General of the International Labour Organization, but he agreed for him to come for national duty. And that why within just over a year of his coming, that I felt that we needed to bring him into the House of Assembly. And Eddie, I want to thank you for 12 years of distinguished service as I did last night, because you have forever been faithful to the causes that you have supported, whether it is your party, whether it is providing for the people who are disabled in this country a voice and the reality of a better deal, or whether it is with respect to your representation of the people of St. James. So I have a lot of emotions tonight, but above all else, obviously we're happy, but above all else, we're humbled by the continued confidence of the Barbados people in the Barbados Labour Party and in Chad Blackman. And I believe that if we can stay in that way, then at this very, very difficult time in the world's affairs, that we can continue to insulate Barbadians as much as possible. It won't be perfect. It won't be, in some instances, calm, but I believe that working together as we did to save the dollar, as we did to protect us during COVID, that we can meet any challenge as a people, as a country, because this is who we are.
Prime Minister, this constituency has a little over 8,000 registered voters, and just heard from the returning officer that just a little over 3,300 participated in the democratic process today. How concerned are you about this level of turnout?
I think that we are aware of the fact of a number of things. You probably just met a part earlier. The Barbados Steel Works went in every house. The number of persons who actually live in this constituency are 6,470, not 8,504, whatever it was. This is a problem that is a national problem. And you heard me last night say that we need and we will continue the enumeration exercise. The last time the country had an enumeration exercise was in the late 1990s when Onyaku was Prime Minister. There was none undertaken by the Democratic Labour Party government. And when we were about to do, first and foremost, the digital identification card project, COVID came, and that pushed us back. We've more or less finished that digital ID card project, and we started the process of preparing for the enumeration exercise late last year, early this year. Let me put it in context for you. The electoral list has 200, I'm going to give you the exact numbers because I don't want to mislead you. The national electoral list has 261,147 people listed on it. Because typically we do not take off people who are overseas. And in some instances, the lag between those who have died has been a little too long in my view. And then, of course, those who may have moved and some gone overseas again. The census of Barbados 2022 puts the population at just over 267,000. Now, Barry, you and I both know that we have more than 6,000 primary school children in Barbados. So this tells us that we have a heavily inflated list. I venture to suggest that we may well find that somewhere between 10 to 15% of that list, if not more, is overseas. And therefore, we have to put those numbers in that context. With the official register, the turnout appears to be 38 and 39%. With the numbers taken out for what we know for the persons who are overseas and who have died or have moved, it's 50.1%. So could it be different? Yes, it could be. But I also believe that in a constituency where this is the worst performing result for a Democratic Labour Party candidate ever in the history of this country, in this constituency, that what noise does this make? Makes no noise. And unless you have two sides coming toe to toe, you run the risk always of a lower turnout, largely because you're not exciting the base. And that energy between the two parties would also naturally have a synergistic consequence on others coming out. So we've suffered from that. We've suffered from the fact that a by-election typically has less turnout usually than a general. But even with those things, the performance of Chad Blackman is so comprehensive and resounding, bearing in mind that the votes typically approximates the votes that most people get in a constituency throughout the history of this country. So that it is the extent of his victory at 84% of the vote that really speaks to that commanding position. But at the same time, as I say, I am wise enough to be discerning enough to learn from every single aspect of this exercise. And therefore, if you know me that, you will know that next time we want to move from 50.1% to 55%. And therefore, we will go to the ground, continue to listen, continue to learn, continue to lead.
And I think she said the impossible.
I really don't. I don't practice law anymore, and I don't comment on things that may be injurious to others.
You were a mentor, you MP for St. James North, Mr. Blackman. Tell us the emotions right now, how you're feeling now that he's completed the job.
Extremely pleased and vindicated. As you know, I mean, Chad has come to this constituency with tremendous background, international experience, regional as CARICOM Youth Ambassador, and national experience. I felt confident enough to endorse Chad publicly in December, as you know, because as he has said, we had been together walking this constituency since March last year, and I was satisfied as to the quality and suitability of Chad to represent the people of St.
We're
James
going to
North
come.
in the Parliament of Barbados. And this has been a fantastic campaign. All kudos to the Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister who led it, but we had a superb quality candidate in the field. It was the Democratic Labour Party, as the Prime Minister said, who cast this as a national referendum. And you see this result, Chad at 84%, reflects what I got in 2018. And we know the results of the 2018 election. The Dems were at 600 votes the last two elections. They're down to 468 now. Our record has been vindicated. And the Prime Minister has said he's hopeful that the Dems, which as Colin Jordan said, is quite honestly, factually, you have to be factual, a mere pressure group now, that the Dems will learn. I'm not hopeful that they will learn, because their campaign and negativity was a reflection of the 2018 campaign. Cuss everybody personally, cuss all the policies of the DLP, no developmental plan. A candidate who, quite honestly, was only on the ground the last 3.5 weeks. So,
Okay.
as Chad said, with God's help,
That's the
he
former
will do
MP for St. James
extremely well.
North
And of
in
course, we
Wilkinson.
thank the
And we are
people
now
of
going to
St. James
cross
North.
over to hear from the Democratic Labour Party at their constituency office. I believe we have there Ralph Thorne on standby to speak.
The boundaries. So this is probably the first or the only constituency which is boundaries goes to 3 parishes.
Three.
Yeah, Park St. Thomas, Park St. James, Park St. Peter. So much so to the fact that some of the speakers, or one of the speakers, I know, they got a little confused.
There wasn't confusion. There's a slip of the tongue. Speaking is not an easy thing. You're working all day, and then you have to go on a platform and speak, and you will have a slip of the tongue. I wouldn't regard that as any great moment.
I think that is a little outrageous to have a constituency span 3 parishes.
Well, that's one of the anomalies in Barbados, and this is not the only constituency. You have other constituencies across Barbados that do not respect parish lines, and that is because the Commission wants to be able to put the correct number of persons into a constituency. So sometimes they will cross a parish line. And look, constituency borders are really artificial. You could have a person on one side of the street, he's in a different constituency, but culturally, he is in the same village. So I don't regard boundaries as being pivotal, as being very serious. A lot of the times they're artificial. So stretching across parish lines, neither here nor there.
But as you know, this is 3 parishes, not just across the street.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter a whole lot. I'm talking here about a culture, a local culture, a village. And as long as the village remains intact, I think that is what is important to constituents.
But do you think that it stretches across the parties, the party that won? Do you think it stretches across their supporters and not the supporters of the DLP?
No, look, I want to tell you, try not to take artificial lines more seriously than you should. It's artificial. It's artificial. Sometimes it's in the middle of a road, yeah, and cars travel along there. I don't take party constituency borders that seriously in terms of, they're not disruptive. They're not disruptive. It is just a convenience. It is just an administrative and political convenience. That's all a boundary is. It's an administrative convenience. But there's a sense in which Barbados is one culture, politically, with 2 major parties. Yes, so boundary lines quite often don't mean anything, except that you must be allowed to vote only in one. And 2 ladies discovered today, well, 5 persons, that they were not allowed to vote within those artificial lines. So, thank you very much.
I'm not opposing anything, but I want to get out of the microphones and the hands out of the picture. So I just want
Leader of the Opposition, Ralph Thorne, speaking at the Democratic Labour Party Constituency office as we go into the closing stages of this coverage, which has come to you tonight. It's called The Road to Parliament, coming in association with the compliments of Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall serving you to make your shopping pleasurable, and Julie's Party Rentals. One call does it all. Let's talk about a bit now as we come into the closing stages about the figures and where are we? What has been lost? What has been gained? Who has those figures? You, Dr. Kristina, or Kevon?
Kevon has a lot. I can speak a little bit if you would like me to
Sure,
start.
you can start and let him.
So one of the things that I noticed, if we look at the number of persons who voted in this election, we have 3,231 as opposed to 3,159 in this constituency in the last general election. That's an increase of 72 persons who voted, or 2.2 percentage points. So we can look at that instead of looking at the voter turnout, the percentage of the registered voters, if we have a concern over the number of people listed. And based on that, which the Prime Minister also did, what we see is around 51% of the persons who voted for Chad Blackman. If we use those numbers. So this is all right. I heard from Kevon at the beginning that what we usually get in this constituency is around 55%. So it's a little bit off the average if we look at the years since this constituency was founded, since 1981. It's respectable, but I would hope for more than 51%. I'm talking about voter turnout, sorry. 51% of persons who are eligible to vote, who are actually eligible to vote and in Barbados to show up at the polls. And as the Prime Minister said, that is around 85% of the vote that Mr. Blackman gained. That's very respectable. 85% of that, approximately 51, if we go by the Prime Minister's numbers, and 30 some odd percent if we use the actual registered voters.
So yes, I would echo what Dr. Hinds said, and I wouldn't even say it's respectable. It's almost unheard of that a first-time candidate would receive 85% of the vote. I have not seen it. I'll take another look, but I've not seen it before. So again, I think it's a real indictment on the political party, and that political party is the Democratic Labour Party. Again, 15% of the vote with an individual who, from my estimation, is one of their more credible candidates. She is the second vice president of the party, sports person and education, has some visibility in the public, and had some success in the public space, particularly on education. So if she's polling at this rate, I think it's a major concern for the Democratic Labour Party that after 7 years, you've actually not made any gains when, in essence, governments ought to be losing support over time, but we're not seeing that.
And the implications nationally?
I think that is an implication nationally, because if you have Felicia Dujon, again, top brass of the DLP, underperforming from the last election back to 2018, imagine the unknowns within the DLP if an election is called anytime soon. So I think the implications are pointed to the fact that the Democratic Labour Party will have a very difficult time in the upcoming election. I would not put my neck out to say that, but the numbers are pointing in that direction.
Kevon?
So as it seems right now, the DLP has continued to underperform in all of the boxes. So I haven't completed SD1, but as it seems currently in SE1, the DLP would have lost an additional 23 votes from 2022 versus keeping a trend with what was happening in the prior boxes for the most part.
They lost every single box.
Yeah.
So, and this is not something that's uncommon. Even in, according to my notes, in 1994, 1999, 2003 as well, every single box. So this is a very weak constituency for the Democratic Labour Party. If they want to invest, this is not the best place to put your money. Put your money somewhere that is a lot closer.
Well, I want to thank you all very much for coming and joining us here tonight from the Barbados Labour Party. We have had Minister Kirk Humphrey from the Democratic Labour Party. We've also had Richard Seeley. I don't know, because I only got a few seconds to go now. I have to perhaps put you on hold and ask you to come back another day. And yes, we are coming to that point. We are coming to that point. And I just want to thank the participants here tonight, Philippe Amy, who brought us reports from out in the field, Ronnie Clark, Carol Toppin, Joel Ford, the producer, John Stout, the entire production team, Marnico, responsible for the video productions, and we have also got Dr. Kristina Hinds, Devaron Bruce, and Devaron Bruce, that is. We have had the pleasure also of having Kevin Eady with us, Jamal Slocombe. And let us extend sincere congratulations to Chad Blackman, who will be going up the steps of Parliament, not just on the road to Parliament, as a result of the outcome of this St. James North by-election. Special thanks, though, to the people who sponsored this evening's program. Barbados Steel Works, more than just steel, from foundation to roof and everything in between. Sky Mall, serving you to make your shopping pleasurable. And Julie's Party Rentals, one call does it all. I'm David Ellis. Do have a good night.